It's the top of Matt's head.
Yeah, just the top of Matt's head. Very nice.
I cannot get this thing set right.
Oh, well, keep working at it. All right. Hey, everybody. This is Weekly Alaboom, and we're doing this. We're going live. And this is the last one before the craziness that is GenCon. Matt, are you ready? Okay. What, are you going to start? Are you going to be drilling now? All right. If you hear any construction work in the background, it is actually board game related. Due to the fact that my wife is actually making a board game shelf for us. You can go ahead. It's okay, honey. Okay. Well, anyway, so tonight we have our regular normal. We have the Barry Reynolds.
Years ago.
Anything new, Barry?
No.
Okay, keep it up. Thanks. We have the professional hanger-on that is Keith Collins.
Hey-o!
He will also be my taxi cab in Indianapolis.
Taxi cab, bellboy. Yeah, whatever.
Hey, are you gonna go with my wife and I when we go to the Asmodee thing?
If there's an invite, I'll go.
Yeah.
Depending on when it is. When is it?
It's actually Thursday, so it actually kind of does stink. It goes from like 2 to 6 at the.
I have no plans, man. I'm a loser.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that that's like the opening day thing. I wish they did it on Friday. You know, just like kind of like after all the excitement's kind of died down. It would just work better.
Yeah, it'll be tough for you by like 2 o'clock. You're gonna be pretty loaded down with your Santa bag.
Oh, whatever. So. Oh my gosh.
Let's see. Is it just gonna be a mutant run?
Girl.
Oh man, who invited her?
What's going on? Oh no.
I know.
All right. Well, before Rhiannon mutes me, we have Chris Kirkman. What's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
What's new?
Well, I don't know. I mean, GenCon's coming up next week. We got New Bedford on Kickstarter right now, funded. We're past our funding goal, and we're on to our first stretch goal, and we're doing great. So, good to be here.
I was happy to give you. I think it was like $40 or whatever to buy in at the normal level. So
I appreciate that.
No, that is cool. We'll come back to that because I want to figure out. I want your take on what happened. Why did it do so much better? Obviously, right out of the gate this time than the last time. So
sure.
Because no one knows nothing about nothing. That's why.
That's exactly. Matt's got the point. Here we go.
All right. Well, then also we have Mr. Riddle, board game designer extraordinaire.
What's up?
And what's new with you, my friend?
Nothing. Just happy to be here. Much like Chris, we also have a current project, Wharfside, the 3rd game in the Fleet universe. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's nice low goal, so we hit in the first couple hours, and we don't have any stretch goals because it's really tiny boxed. And Eagle said, "Too bad, we can't really do stretch goals with this kind of game because they want to get it out quickly." So we're kind of just trying to figure out some stuff to keep everyone excited about the campaign. Got Mr. Mike Mullins working on a solo variant for us, and yeah, we'll see from there. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
And then this isn't an expansion or anything. This is its own game, right?
Yeah, it's actually a standalone game. It comes in it's called the Egg series, which is actually Eggs and Empires was unknowingly the first game in the Egg series. When we did Eggs and Empires, we didn't know it was going to launch a series. Rick and Eagle Griffin decided retroactively to add. Okay, sorry. All right, we're live. Okay, that's enough. Oh, my daughters are the older two, the 10 and 11-year-olds. The other two are my nieces and my nephew. So as I was explaining before we got started, they got to just enjoy Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, the worst movie ever made. And so they have a lot of pent-up energy from being bored for an hour and a half. So,
so what you're trying to say is that them making millions of dollars on that movie, it's horrible, right?
listen, I appreciate everything that they made. All their hard work, if that's what you want to call it, but it was so bad. Actually, you know what? I don't watch a lot of movies, and I watched Get Hard last night, which was terrible, and then now Paul Blart 2, which was even worse. So it's been a really bad stretch.
Let's see. It made Paul Blart 2 grossed $103.3 million against a budget of $30 million.
That is insane. Hey, whatever.
And it has currently has a rating of 6% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I'm not like Mr. Movie Snob. I actually enjoy a lot of stupid crap, so it's not like I'm that guy. I just didn't laugh at all. I mean, it's. I guess what they did right was they made it super family friendly. Like the first one was actually a little bit dark almost and kind of weird if you had to sit through that thing. This one they just kind of went back to PG and made it just slapstick and stupid. And I actually like Kevin James from King of Queens and all that kind of stuff, but whatever. So as I was saying before we got the surprise attack, Fleet Wharf Side is Game 8 in the Egg series, which is they all come in the same box size. It's a small box, holds up to about 110, 120 cards, and it's a completely standalone game in the Fleet universe. You got some of the common art. There's a bit of a Fleet feel to it, but it's not in any way like a derivative of Fleet. It's a completely different game. It's something that Eagle Griffin approached us with when we were, 6 months back or so, saying, "Hey, would you have anything that could work for this series again? We'd like to get back and do Fleet, another kind of small box Fleet game." And we said, sure. So Wharfside is the outcome of that exercise, and it's going really well. So
I watched the run through, but the two captains in the run through were crap. So I was
They were.
Oh, come on, come on. There's one is awesome. He's excellent.
Oh, TC, yeah, TC's cool.
Oh, shut! Get out of here.
Well, that's good. And of course, and Rhiannon, you're here, obviously.
Mm-hmm. I am.
Triumphant return to the Alaboom.
Yep. I just gotta wait for you to start a long-winded story. I'm gonna meet you, and I'm out.
Oh, great. So what's new with you?
Nothing.
What was that in the background?
Someone lived in a zoo? That was an elephant?
I think that was a door. I don't know. There's so much going on in my house right now. It's summertime. No one goes to bed till like 11. So what are you going to do?
Nice.
All right, moving on.
Moving on. So, hey, I wanted to know, so New Bedford, the first time it was out there, not that it failed or anything horribly or anything like that. It had a lot of buzz, it had a lot of interest, but obviously it didn't fund or got canceled. So, and now this time you started it out, you put it out there, and bam, it's fully funded in 24 hours, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
I mean, yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, I think that there's a lot of things going on. I mean, we have not only the timing when we released it is summer, and summer is when people really gear up to spend some money, and they expect things to be going on with Kickstarter, and but versus this and that one, we learned that later in the year is not the greatest time to launch for Kickstarter. New Bedford had a lot of support last time around that we did it, but it was both at the late November, early December window. It was before all the holidays, between the holidays. We learned that that's not really the best time to launch things, so we took a step back, and on a personal note, my accountant said, you probably shouldn't try to get this thing funded right now because you're going to be paying for this on the end of your taxes, and you're not really exceeding your stretch goal. So I said, you know what? We're going to cancel it. We're going to pull it back. We're going to try to do something different. What was great between now and then was our merger with Greater Than Games. We were able to go and take a step back and say, what didn't work? What did people say? Which was
the art direction.
the things that were going on with the campaign from that. So we all got together and kind of had a powwow. And Jennifer Clausen, who is the graphic designer for Greater Than Games, we all talked about things that we could do differently between now and then. And she started working with another artist, and she took a different direction. And we all, I kind of art directed, and she was pitching stuff for me and Nat, and saying, like, what do you think about this? And so it was awesome because it was more of a collaborative event. And then we said, this is what we want to do. And then we put it out in the middle of summer between Origins and GenCon. And it just hit the right note. I mean, it's a great time because people are looking at games. They're wanting to play games. They're wanting to back games at Kickstarter. And we're going to be producing, or at least promoting this game through GenCon at the booth. And so even before that, people who had gotten on board with New Bedford in our original Kickstarter campaign came on and said, like, yeah, we want this game. And those people went forth and said, hey, you need to get on board this game. And boom, I mean, we're out the gate. We're at like 30K, 31K now, which was larger than our entire run from the original Kickstarter campaign. So it's awesome. Like, sometimes you just have to, like, put the pause on things and take a look at what you did wrong, take a look at what the feedback was, and then go forward and rely on your backers from the previous campaign to push you forward through what you're going to do for this campaign. This has been awesome.
It is weird how Kickstarter just seems like, there's stuff out there from like established, companies and whatever, and it seems like they tend to fund and there's no real difficulty. But it is weird how, like, sometimes games just catch lightning in a bottle, and they just kind of get a life of their own, and they just for whatever reason,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I talked to Sean from Mr. B Games, and like he was like he had no idea like Post-Human would go just absolutely crazy, and like whatever it was, $400,000 or whatever. He couldn't believe it, and there was no real reason for it. It just he's like, it hit perfectly, whatever reason that. But that's cool, man.
Yeah, like, I mean, we have Matt on the podcast, which is good because Matt's key phrase, which means the most for anything, is he says nobody knows nothing about nothing, and it's true. Like, I've launched like 14 campaigns on Kickstarter, and 12 of those have been successful, but we base what we know on the past, and we go forth and try to do what we're going to do. We're going to try to push forth what we do based on what we did before. But really, nobody knows nothing about nothing. Like, right now, New Bedford embodies that mantra.
I'm on a live thing, so you have to go upstairs, babe.
And it's so true because like Monster Truck Mayhem from Matt and Ben, we had so much buzz going into it, and we really wanted to see that succeed. And everybody who plays that game are amazed by that game, and they want to push it forward. But at the same time, it didn't quite succeed. It was kind of languishing, and we're like, you know what? We're going to take it back. We're going to cancel that Kickstarter campaign and reserve some of the stuff that we can do later in that, and do the same things we're doing now with New Bedford. You really don't know. I mean, Kickstarter is so fickle right now. Like in this year, the past year and a half, Kickstarter has been crazy fickle. And so we have to kind of judge what we're going to do. I thought that New Bedford, when we relaunched, would do well. I didn't think we would fund in the first 24 hours, which is crazy, and I'm glad it did. And we're doing amazingly well. But I didn't expect it to do as well as it did right now. based on past performances. So who knows? I mean, we're just kind of out there just testing the waters and pushing it forward, and it's awesome. I love it.
I have 30 people I follow on Kickstarter, and 9 of those people I follow are backing this game in the first day. So I mean, people are jumping on it this time, which is great because I played it last year and it was my favorite worker placement I played last year, probably in my top 5, if not my top 3.
Well, and I will touch on that a little bit. I think that one of the things that we stressed, and that I particularly stressed on both my podcast and everywhere else I talk about this, is that if you don't back our games on Kickstarter, there's no guarantee they're going to be in retail. Like, most people assume now that Kickstarter is used for pre-orders. Like, there's a game that's done, and you're going to back it, and then you're going to get stuff, and then it's going to be done. It doesn't matter if you back it or not. But the important thing to remember for some of the independent publishers like myself is that we rely on Kickstarter. Like, we have a lot of games that are in the market, but we still rely on Kickstarter for very important parts of that. We have to pull the people in for our support and get that money up front so we can support and publish that game. And, you know, New Bedford was one of those games. I mean, it got pulled back in November. Monster Truck Mayhem got pulled about a month and a half ago. Like, those games are not going to be published without support. And without people realizing that, it's dangerous. Like, we need that. We need your support. And to sit back and say, like, oh, I can get these games later in retail, like for cheaper or whatever. No, it's not true. It may be true for some people who put things on Kickstarter, but not for us. And honestly, most indie publishers need Kickstarter and their support and the backer support to make sure that we have that game, funded so we can push forth and make that game available in the public. And we may have a lower first print goal than most other publishers do, but we do push it for the market, see how it works, and then now we're like, yeah, second, third printing, awesome, because we have the money from that, and we can do that. But we need that money for the first printing to make it possible.
Yeah, the thing that really hurts you is you get companies like, an established brand like Queen Games that they've got the whole game done. They're just building up some money to finish printing it or shipping it or whatever. Right. You see a lot of that. And people know that Queen Game's going to be in the store. And so, like, what do I need to back it? I'm going to get it elsewhere. And then you see a couple other companies that have been doing Kickstarters for a long time, and they'll put up a funding goal of like $100. And you know darn well if they only make $1,200, they're going to cancel that thing before it finishes. They're just making sure they put the lowest funding goal possible because they don't care how much money they get. They just want to be sure to get whatever money people put up there. And those guys heard it too.
It's frustrating because we're always honest about what we need to make that game, publishable. Like Monster Truck Mayhem, we put up at $30K. Like, Monster Truck Mayhem was a little bit of a different experiment. We didn't do stretch goals. We didn't do anything else. We said, here's the game. Here's the game you guys want because we know it's awesome. And here's the price, and here's the stretch goal. Not a stretch goal, but here's the goal, the funding goal. And we set it, and we were honest about it. And it didn't resonate. And that's okay because we can step back and say, like, the atmosphere of the way Kickstarter works, fine. We learned a lesson. We have to do some things different. We learned some of those things and put them into New Bedford, which was even before that. And we can now kind of predict the Kickstarter market for that. And thankfully, it's been awesome for New Bedford, and I hope that it's going to be the same thing we do for Monster Truck Mayhem. We would rather kind of say, hey, here's the game. Would you guys like this game? Because this is the best game we have presentable. but it doesn't quite work in the market that we have now for Kickstarter, and that's okay. That's just the way the market works.
So would Dice Hates Greater Than Games ever reach a point where a project could overfund by such a level that they say, okay, we've raised enough capital on this project that we're going to take a chance and go ahead and print one of our passion projects without Kickstarter? Is that something feasible for a Kickstarter company?
It is feasible for our company in that we did the same thing earlier where we ran a reprint campaign on Greater Than Games where we had Viva Java Dice, and Great Hauling Company, and said, what do you guys want to support first for a reprint? And a lot of people responded. It was awesome. It wasn't as great as Kickstarter, but at the same time, a lot of our repeat customers or people who are familiar with our brand came in and said, like, yes, we want this, we want this, we want this. It was enough for us to have kind of pre-orders for establishing what they would like to have first. And Great Hauling Company was our first IP or brand to go for from that. So we're going to print that first, but we're going to eventually reprint Viva Java Dice and Viva Java because we had a lot of people interested in those as well. So there's a market for established brands, established companies to go forth and try to say, like, look, if you pre-order or back our things to this certain number, we'll back it. We'll print it. It's like GMT's P500. I mean, that's kind of the biggest part of what we're talking about right now is like how many copies do you have people to be interested in to be able to put those in the aftermarket. Right now, Great Hauling Company is our best, or at least our most popular pre-order that we put forth, and we're going to do that. But Kickstarter is the best place to put something like that in front of people because it's a huge marketing. It's a great marketing tool, and we can't ignore that. We want to do that on our own. We can't ignore what's in front of us as well.
Okay. good answer.
Keith asks the tough questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have our other guest with the nautical game up on Kickstarter too. So how about somebody fires Mr. Riddle a question?
No,
Matt,
talk to me.
Matt, do you want me to bring my copy of the game to GenCon to give to you?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, I didn't know if you still wanted me to send it or not, but
Oh, you mean monsters?
yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can bring it.
Okay.
Yeah, you can. We're just gonna repurpose it once we get going again.
What are you gonna throw it away or something or what?
No, we're gonna wait. You already shot an awesome video that we're gonna save for when Mr. Kirkman's ready to launch it again, and we're going to, spread the wealth a little bit and see if we can get some more, some more feedback on it.
It's not changing or anything, is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
Awesome. What is that noise in the background? Does somebody have like somebody at the beach or something, or what?
I don't know, but if you got a copy of Monster Truck in your luggage, I'm stealing it before you get to the hotel. Because I played that thing 3 times at Origins. I played it 3 times at Origins. I was hooked.
What is that noise in the background?
Who is listening to music?
Yeah.
Is it Anthony? I heard it when Anthony joined.
It's got to be Ricano.
Yeah, it's me, of course. My kids are watching TV. Hang on a minute.
I got to go check out the shelves. Hold on one second.
We're all pros here, guys. All pros.
Yeah, we are professionals.
Hey, Chris.
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
Hey, Barry, how are you, buddy?
All right, Matt. How are you?
I'm very, very good. Hey, so I know you like gateway games, right? Have you played that 1901 or whatever it's called?
No. I looked for it at Origins. I didn't find it. It was something I was going to look at. And I
Gotcha.
actually don't play that many gateway games. I just didn't think about the name of the channel too much beforehand.
Got it.
Hey, Chris, I got a question for you. Do you think
Yes.
if you had stretch goals for Monster Truck Mayhem, it would have done better?
At this point, yes. We've looked at what went wrong with the campaign, especially considering like the atmosphere of what's going on with Kickstarter. I think that if we had broken out the game into component parts, actually, this is what I did beforehand. I mean, I had the traditional Kickstarter kind of campaign with multiple steps and stretch goals and things planned out. But most of the people at Greater Than Games were like, you know what, this is our chance to kind of try something different, and we're going to make an experiment because Monster Truck Mayhem had so much buzz, and it's so great. I mean, it had so much excitement before we launched the campaign. This was the one we wanted to try something different, and I said, you know what, sure, let's do it. And you know, one way or the other, I wish that we hadn't, but that's hindsight's 20/20. You don't know. But with the original concept behind Monster of Mayhem was we had the game in a rooster-sized box, which is a smaller-sized box, about compounded size box. We had the rally pack built into a stretch goal. We had we had so many different steps going and say, like, you know, we're going to do this. But we said, you know what? To make the game the best it can be, we're going to say, like, hey, we're going to be honest. Boom. We're going to give you the exact game we think is what you want right up front. And it didn't work. And I wish it had worked. I really do, because we really think that everything that we want to work with Monster Truck Mayhem, with the base game, the biggie-sized game, the rally pack expansion, everything put into one Kickstarter like pledge would give you the ultimate experience for Monster Truck Mayhem would be what you want. But we found that's not really what Kickstarter backers want. They want to be able to pick and choose and influence what happens, and they want to help us raise the levels to add more into the game, and that's fine. I mean, that's just the nature of Kickstarter right now.
Or they want something you can't get at retail.
Well, it's true, and that's true. That's a huge thing too. Is like, okay, Kickstarter exclusives are. Thank you, Keith, for bringing that up, because Kickstarter exclusives are a really, really tough line to cross, because I don't believe in them. Our line that we've always towed with Dice Hate Me Games has been, we will give Kickstarter promotionals, and we've done that ever since the very beginning. We've said, like, yeah, yes, absolutely, you're going to have a promotional that's not going to be available in retail or otherwise for a long, long time, and we love doing that because it's a great incentive for Kickstarter backers to say, like, yes, let's do that. We're going to get something that's special that nobody else is going to have for a long, long time. Some promotionals or some Kickstarter campaigns say, hey, exclusives. That really, I mean, pardon my French, pisses people off in the aftermarket, because they can't get the Kickstarter promotionals after Kickstarter's done. And they have to pay, like, sometimes completionists pay like $100 or more for something on eBay for something that happened on Kickstarter, and it's crazy. It's crazy, and I from a consumer standpoint, I don't like that.
Right.
I like the fact that if you're going to back a Kickstarter campaign, yes, you're going to get something that's cool, but you're going to have it like 6 to 8 months before anybody else can get their hands on it, which has been, across the board what we've done for Dice Hate Me Game stuff. Like anything you do, like let's say the Viva Java Dice Game of the Year expansion. Most people who backed that original Kickstarter campaign got the Game of the Year expansion, and nobody else has been able to get their hands on it for 6 months. And then all of a sudden now we have it on like Board Game Geek, and you can get it, or you can get it from the Greater Than Games site. But otherwise, you can't get it in retail. You can't just like go down to your corner store and buy it. And that's fine, but at least you can get your hands on it. But an exclusive means that you're stuck in this like recursive loop of nobody can get it, and then somebody can put it on Kickstarter, or not Kickstarter, but eBay, and say like, hey, you want this? You want to be a completionist? Hey, $300, you can get this. Well, that honestly, in my opinion, pisses me off. Like, if you're going to back something on Kickstarter, yes, absolutely you can get something that's going to not be available for somebody for a long time, but it's not going to always be unavailable for people.
That's a good point, Chris. And on that matter, I'd like to say I am selling my Fleet Joel Eddy exclusive promo code here. $500, and you can have the Joel Eddy.
I'll pay you $1 if you eat it right now. But Chris,
I don't know where that's
I agree with you as a consumer. It's horrible. But you look at someone like Cool Mini, and I think the reason they put up $1 million plus every campaign is because people know they have to get it then, or they'll never get it. And it breeds that. It breeds the secondary market. It breeds the exclusive thing, and I hate it. I hate add-ons, and I hate total exclusives. So
that's the thing, though, Keith. I mean, like Keith Mini, Cool Mini or not, and companies that do that. Okay, I can't argue against what they do because they're making like millions of dollars, and I'm sitting here and like, I mean, we're doing okay, but we're not making millions of dollars. But I can't say I wouldn't be able to go out my door in the morning with the conscience that they have, where they sit down and say, hey, we're going to make a Kickstarter campaign, and you can't get this ever again. I couldn't go to a con. I couldn't face somebody at a con in my booth, and they come up to me and say like, I hate you because I can't get this promo. And I'm like, well, yeah, I agree. I mean, it sucks.
If you had your earplugs made $100 bills, you could do that.
Well, maybe, but I'd like to balance the line between making money and pleasing and actually being reverent to the community versus the other way. And maybe that's crazy, and maybe I'm crazy. I mean, maybe I should be like, adopting a Cool Mini or not perspective. It's like, you know what? You're going to back this campaign, you're going to get this, or you're not going to at all. And then I'm done. And I never show my face at a GenCon or Origins or anything beyond that. But that's not me. I can't do it.
Maybe you can make the box Kickstarter exclusives, because I hear those are optional Kickstarter campaigns now.
Hey,
Well,
listen,
maybe.
how dare you expect a box, Keith?
Maybe I tell you what. Maybe the exclusive should be a coffee can from now on. I'm just saying.
Yep, I'm in.
Yes, I'm in.
Just a Folgers can. It's not even a Dice Hate Me can.
How about you get a can and you don't get the card with TC's face on it?
If we produce a game that doesn't have TC's face in it, then we're done. I mean, I'm sorry. It just sells games.
Well, now you give me another question for Matt, because I want to know what other captains are in here.
There's so many just like random captains floating around these days. There's like Captain Daryl, Captain Eka Mouse, Kirkman, TC. One of them is just the awesome artist Eric Carter's buddy. So, and now we're looking at the Captain Mullins because he's doing a solo variant for us for Fleet Wharf side. So we'll see. But yeah, no, there's captains come cheap. That's going on the street. So
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm done.
You know, you should have like more Tiger fan captains. I'm just saying.
Listen, you know, Anthony. I mean, no one's a Tigers fan right now. So now once they, you know, trade Cespedes Price and Reggie Davis, that's a little insider baseball, except for real baseball instead of Kirkman's insider baseball.
Yeah.
Which is like insider baseball. Sorry. So, hey Keith.
Yes,
what
sir.
What game are you gonna play at Gen Con?
What game am I going to play at Gen Con? You asked me that after I got rid of my stupid geek list. The game I want to get the most at Gen Con, it hasn't been much of a secret to anybody that I've talked to, is Codenames. I played that at Origins and was hooked with one play. And hell, it's only $20, so yeah, that's a no-brainer. And I like what CGE did. They did a pre-order system for Codenames, but you didn't have to pay for it. And so you just enter your name into a Google Doc, and they're supposed to hold you a copy. So that's pretty cool. I dig the people that are doing the Gen Con pre-orders right now because it frees up a lot of stress in that madhouse at 10 a.m. A week from tomorrow. So that's one I'm really looking forward to. I want to check out Survive Space Attack, Discoveries, handful of other things, but most of the stuff I really want I've got pre-ordered. So it's kind of light Gen Con in my opinion. There's not a lot for sale that's grabbing me. There's a lot of demos for cool looking stuff coming up, but my buy list is probably the lightest it's been since I got into board games.
Yeah, I haven't heard that a lot lately.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of con buying, so I haven't really paid much attention, to be honest. And I know I saw Crits Happen. You know, Scott Tox has his game coming out, Upper Deck. That shiny dice.
Yep.
I don't know anything about it, but I mean, hey, it's Firefly, it's dice. I mean, it's got to do well, right?
I got to check it out because his son helped him design it too, so that makes it cool.
That's pretty awesome.
And
yeah,
his son,
is great.
His son gets to go to Gen Con for the first time this year, so that kid's stoked.
Oh, what about Ashes? Are you an Ashes guy? I was listening to Geek All Stars and I'm talking to Isaac and John, and I know it's not up my alley at all. I mean, a 2-player battle card game is just not.
It's not normally up my alley, but I really liked it at Origins, and I have it pre-ordered, so it'll be here when it gets here.
Cool. Yeah, he was saying, you know, it's funny because as Chris kind of went on, you know, he was talking about kind of the way they run business, and it's interesting because I get the impression, and this is just speculation. Let me put that out there to begin with. Based on the conversation they were having on Geek All Stars, was that I think Platt had only did like 2,000 Ashes, and you think like, you know, hey, this is Vega's it's the big release for the year. They're going to print a ton of them. I don't think they did. I guess they have a system where they're going to print a relatively, you know, lower risk initial print run, and if it does indeed grab, you know, the attention that they expect it to do, they can turn around another print run in a couple months, I guess. So that's just my math based on a couple things that Isaac was saying throughout the course of the interview. So it's interesting for me. I guess I always kind of like the business side of things a little bit, and you know, kind of seeing how companies make their decisions. And I was a little surprised to hear that, honestly.
Yeah, because they said they had about 1,200 pre-orders and probably about 500 copies at the show. So
right,
it's just around 2,000 on that.
If I remember correctly, they said something along the lines of that they had like 5,000 or something, and that if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just with Keith. I was just going by the math from the numbers that Isaac was throwing out.
Yeah, but
So-
they're hurting because they've only sold 50,000 copies of Dead of Winter, so
True.
in a year,
And who knows
which
how
is
many might
freaking amazing numbers right there for a
pretty
smaller company.
substandard game, yeah.
Well, I think people think Plaidhead's bigger than it actually is. Yeah.
That is very true, Anthony. I think you're right too, Anthony. Just because they've had one gigantic hit doesn't mean they're a huge company all of a sudden. I mean, that's truth for everybody, right? No, was that Anthony talking or Barry?
It was me, Barry.
Sorry, hey Barry.
Barry crawled out of his hole
Yeah.
for seconds.
No, I think that's true in general. I mean, all these companies are way smaller than people realize. As a rule of thumb, I don't think, even these established companies, Queen and Eagle Griffin and these other companies, Kickstarter or not, it's still 3 dudes half the time, 2 dudes, 4 dudes, whatever it is. I mean, some of the European companies are a little bit bigger, but I mean, these are generally relatively small companies with not that many employees. I think Plaidhead's got 3 full-time employees.
I think they've got a lot more now. I think
they?
they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5, if not
Okay,
more.
well, that's pretty cool.
They've scaled up quite a bit because that's part of their move to Texas too.
Yeah.
I mean, they just up and moved the whole company. So
Yeah, I saw that. I heard reference to it from Isaac, and I today actually, literally as I was sitting at work, so I Googled it to see what it was all about, and they're like, yeah, I mean, Isaac's from Ohio. They're like, all right, man, you want to keep working for us? Go to Texas.
Mhm.
All right, sure. I mean, listen, if I had a full-time job in games, well, I wouldn't move because I have a wife and kids, but otherwise, I guess, yeah, I'd follow a
they all
job.
moved. Most of them moved families down there. So I mean, it was a big move.
It's crazy.
For the company. So
Hi, Rhiannon. How are you? You haven't talked yet.
I have nothing to say. That's why I haven't been on
you
Alaboom.
do have something to say.
Oh, I
because-
always have lots of things to say. Nothing anybody wants to hear, though.
But we've got the upcoming victory by Team Unicorn a week from Friday.
Half of Team Unicorn is here. And then there's
2/3
that
of it.
other team here also.
Yeah, there's a third of that other team,
Yeah, he's here.
and none of Team Hump or whatever their name is.
Grump.
Technically, I'm twice the size of Ryan, so I'm like half the team.
I just like to mention that as captain of Team Unicorn, that we just believe in the spirit of competition and just hoping that everybody has a good time. And winning and losing are just words. Hey, buddy, come here.
You're fired.
He says that, but he's really saying what I'm hearing is that he wants you guys to win big time.
No. Hold on. Here, buddy. I'll turn on the
So
camera. There
can
we go.
you tell us what all's going on at this big event next Friday night?
What big event might that be, Keith?
I think it's the Battle of the Board Game Networks.
It is Battle of the Board Game Networks. Yes. And when is that
All right.
again?
I believe it is a week
Give me a
from
hug right
Friday at GenCon at 6 p.m.
It is indeed, sir.
But
And
don't
at
ask
this-
me where it is because I have no clue.
The
I'll find
Crown
it.
Plaza and Victoria A/B, whatever that means.
So it's in Lance's hotel room.
Well, yes. It's a private event, and
Good
no.
time.
What?
What?
I don't know. the
What the
wind
heck
just
just
went out.
happened there?
You said something. I didn't hear it. I figured
no,
it was snarky.
No. I believe in the spirit of happy competition, and there will be no trash talking by any member of Team Unicorn, and we will be there to compete and promote fair and honest and good play.
What?
Oh, I am so getting a urine sample from you.
Yeah, this doesn't sound right at all. I really hope you're
Drug
gonna
testing for this?
wear like a super trolling T-shirt. Is all I have to say. Your uniforms better be ridiculous and amazing.
We actually have no uniforms. We will just be dressing in normal clothes, and perhaps I think
I've
I
got
think
a uniform.
Keith said he's going to be handing out scripture notes to everyone, and
Oh boy.
I'm wearing a
So-
fishing vest. I know that much.
You have those little tracks, Keith, to tell me why I'm going to hell? Is that what you're passing out? Like, hey, Matt, guess what? You're going to hell. Here's
I'm
why.
not sure.
Okay. Those are my favorite.
This is the first I've heard of this.
I might need to be looking for an emergency team. If this is Lance's plan for Team Unicorn.
What? I'm trying to promote good play. Isn't that the whole purpose? Or I don't know.
Did you not watch Joel's video with the?
You know, that was fun and entertaining for him, I'm sure. But you know, that's fine.
I hear Marty's still recovering from the hernia he got filming.
The video was so funny. I was like cry laughing. It was so ridiculous. I was like, oh man, good stuff. But yeah, so when Lance is going to just be sitting there in the spirit of good play, I suppose, everybody else will likely be trash talking while we play games with the audience. And last year we did I Dark Overlord, and you guys all told a story and everything like that. But this year we are going to play 3 different games. It's 6 to 7:30, so that should be good. We're going to start with But Wait, There's More. Which is like everybody's going to sell the same product, but then all the people in the audience are going to have the cards that add the unique feature. So if we're all selling a guitar, then someone could have a card that says, but wait, there's more, and it's a fishbowl, and then that person then has to add like a fishbowl into their thing, and it's probably going to be silly and crazy. And then next is going to be A Fake Artist Goes to New York, which is a drawing deduction game where if there are 6 people, 5 of them know what is being drawn, and the 6th person doesn't, and then each person draws a part of the picture at a time, and you have to try to figure out who's the fake artist based on what they're adding. So if you're drawing a lion and all of a sudden someone's drawing a house, that's pretty obvious, but since you're only drawing a line at a time or a part of it at a time, it can get really tricky.
I apologize in advance.
Oh, well, you're just all going to be stick figures, right?
Yeah, it'll be a penis, I'm sure.
Oh, well, that's fine. Well, we'll see how many kids are in the audience.
Oh, crap. Okay, maybe it won't be.
If there are none, feel free to draw all the peni you would like. Otherwise, we should probably keep those away, for later.
That's a good rule of thumb. I live by that one.
Keep the penis away, yes.
That's my wife, as it turns out. Hey-o. Sorry. No, she's awesome. That's a joke. A really bad joke.
And then we're going to have Giant Rhino Heroes, and we're going to have 3 towers going at the same time.
Well, you have an actual copy of Giant Rhino Hero?
I have one already. I have another one that is in JFK that I have ordered through someone else because they wouldn't let me order more than one. And then I know a couple other people who have one, and Haba has one, so worst case I can ask them if I can borrow theirs if a third one isn't available. But yeah, we're actually going to play it, and then they're going to build towers for 30 seconds or something. Whoever can build the biggest one, and audience members are going to come up and help build those towers and stuff like that. And then all throughout it, we're going to give away a bunch of games. We have a lot of stuff to give away. Lots of people have donated some amazing things, so should be fun.
I, for one, welcome any helpful people from the audience to come in and assist us because that's what it's for. Really, the audience.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is wrong with you tonight?
I don't know what's going on over there.
Oh, his wife's down there building the shelves, so he's behaving.
Oh,
Is that what that was? I thought someone was getting root canal.
He's about to announce his Republican candidacy. So he's being very nice.
There's no candidacy. But I'll say this.
After you're done.
No, I'll say this. Trump is entertaining.
I don't know about that.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You know what's entertaining in a very Trump way is T.C. Petty tweeting about the fact that his game box for profiteers says 2 to 5 players, but it's actually 2 to 4 players. Wah, wah.
Yeah. Oh.
That's tough. Man, that poor guy. He just can't win with that game.
Hey, you know what? The BGG entry says 2 to 5. So
maybe they added a 5th player on him.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Eagle and Griffin said, you know what? We like it 2 to 5. So you know what? We'll just make it 2 to 5, and you gotta deal with it.
Enough parts.
TC's like, okay.
5th
What's
player's
more confusing
PvP.
is there's 6 images behind it.
Yeah, well, that's the funny part too. Yeah, that's what I thought was wrong. Was the icon for their 2 to 4 player game says 2 to 5, but then it has 6 little bottles
tanks
behind it.
right.
Yeah, tanks. So
What?
which
What?
Oh yeah. It's bad.
It does.
It's bad. Let me just say, on behalf of TC, that he has been more than gracious in everything that's happened with Xenon Profiteer, with Eagle and Griffin. Now, I'm going to say right now that I don't hold any ill will with Eagle and Griffin. Like, I love Rick, and I love Ralph, and I love the company. But holy Lord, what is going on lately with PC? And I'm not Matt. You don't have to say a word, but Matt. I know Matt's had some weird things going on too, and there's been some weirdness going on right now. And I love the company, and I do. I love the people behind the company. Eagle and Griffin right now. I will put my hand to God here. My hand to God. I love Eagle and Griffin. But what is going on? It's just beyond. I have no idea what's going on.
I think there's. I'm going to give a very political answer.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's good. That's good.
Yeah, because they're good to us, obviously. I do think there's been some turnover behind Rick and then Ralph even, and I think they put a little bit more on the designers than maybe some of the designers, at least, that aren't, say, A-type program managers like I am. Than they were prepared for. So, not to say that TC isn't a super smart, organized guy, but if he doesn't know you have to do it and wasn't prepared to do it, then maybe he wasn't really in the right spot to do that.
I'm raising my hand. So, okay, let's table this for a second. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but Matt, you're a project manager. Like, you know what's going on. You spoiled Eagle and Griffin with what they're doing. I mean, you know that you did. I mean, you're good at what you do. I mean, you're doing it for me. I mean, I said, like, hey, let's go back and look at, like, things for Monster at Mayhem. And you're like, hey, that's what I do. Can I do that for you? And I was like, yeah. Hell yeah. Do it. And you did it, and it's awesome. And so the problem that you did, you set a precedent with this amazing project management and saying, like, we're going to manage these things, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And they got used to that. And now we're coming into the forefront of, like, projects that don't have those type of people involved, and now, like, TC's no like, he's a veteran and he knows what's going on, but he has no control over what's going to happen once he passes those things over to Eagle and Griffin. And now all of a sudden they're expecting the same process that's happening with you. It's not going to happen. Like, TC's smart, and he does the great things, but he's like not expecting, but like he's wanting to rely on that company to have his best interests in heart. And honestly, it's not you, Matt, which, if it was, would be awesome, and it's not me, which he has relied on me in the past to do, which he's learned all these things before, but now he's going forth with Xenon Profiteer, and he's seeing all these things that are like, what is going on? He doesn't have me, he doesn't have you, and he's trying to, like, reconcile what the crap is going on. That's where we're coming from. And it's not to throw Eagle and Griffin under the bus. I don't mean that at all, because I love EGG. I love what they put out. I love Rick. I love Ralph. But there are certain people who are going to be coming in to that fold who's going to be expecting that, and they're going to be thrown into that. I guess they're going to push into that supervisor role that they're not used to.
Yep, I agree. Completely agree.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
What were we talking about?
Yeah, we got a little.
We got a little political. Sorry.
Yeah, and Seth Jaffe's in chat trying to poke the bear by saying, "Hey, Brass Deluxe pre-orders went up today. Discuss."
Tell Seth to just go off. We're done. We're done talking about
I think you just
Martin
did.
Wallace.
Wait, where is Jaffe? You know, I want to be in the eminent domain universe. Everyone else gets to be in the eminent domain universe.
Do you have a Jaffe captain yet?
They already did. They already know. I should. Maybe I'll get. I mean, like they already did like eminent domain eggs and empires. It was that Tuberry game. So why not do like eminent domain and something else? I mean, and that's not a rip on Phil, by the way. Phil's amazing, but I mean it's just a very similar, blind bidding, win, whatever game. There's a million of those. It's not like we thought of that either. There was a billion games before us. So, but I want to be, come on, eminent domain, man. Like, my
here's the thing. Tell Jaffe that we have talked to Michael Coe, and we're going to do Tiny Epic Microcosm Eminent Domain. And we're done.
Amen.
We're done.
I'm waiting for Coe to make Tiny Epic bullshit, because that's the one I really want. And Michael's a great guy. But
Wasn't that Defenders?
Oh.
Oh.
No.
Whoa.
Hey, Matt, are you going to have a Wharfside to try at Gen Con?
I am. You know what's funny? I don't actually have my own copy of it because I sent them all out. So Grazier's bringing his. I think Patrice has one I got to have him bring. So I'm going to kind of aggregate those so I can. Because people are going to ask. But, I'd love to play with you, Keith. I'm sure I'll get asked other times.
By the way, just, because it's been the first time we've been in an open forum with you, Matt. I would like to give you a little bit of shit.
Sure.
That I don't have a copy of Wharfside. Are you freaking kidding me?
Listen, your boy Dan Patrice is like.
No, don't bring Dan into this. I'm not. I told Dan early tonight. I was like, I'm going on Alaboom. I'm like, I'm going to give a shit, and like Dan doesn't have anything to do with it.
I know.
Like, Fleet is my game of the year for 2012. What are you kidding me?
It's just a little. Okay, here's the thing.
Come on, no.
Go backwards 5 minutes in your head and realize that I had limited resources. I had to use. You're a busy guy, Chris. I couldn't ask you to write a review or do anything crazy with my game. You know what I mean? So I had to. There's interested parties willing to take a look at the game and maybe write something up. That's not a state of that's not a stage you're in right now with your website and such. So I had to use my resources wisely. Let's say.
All right. Okay. Look. The best bet to get it in front of me is to give it to Dan. That's fine. It's fine. I just have to give a shit.
I'm with you, brother. We'll play in person.
Buddy. Love you, buddy.
Barry, you want to take your 10 minutes?
Oh, do I have to? Okay.
All right. For those of you who haven't watched this, this is the time when Barry gets to ask 10 full minutes of questions to anybody he wants, and it's never me, which makes me sad. But all right, Barry, take it away.
Okay, Ree, how difficult is it to do a private event at Gen Con?
Well, you've had to first get Lance to agree to let you use his room, which can be more difficult at some points than others. It's actually on Gen Con on their website, which my one biggest thing with Gen Con's website is that you have to be logged in to do anything. So if even you just want to look at anything, go look at my link for my event. Oh, you have to log in. Sorry about it. Anyway, but so once you're in there, you just submit an event and then they get back to you. And I will say that they are incredibly helpful. Last year, Tiffany just kind of.
Did we lose her?
Buffering.
Oh no!
She was about to spill it.
No! Oh, she's been so patient. That's so bad.
What?
You there, Ree? You cut out for a
there you
little
go.
bit.
Oh, I'm here.
It totally cut out on you. Wade.
Oh, so I just told you all the amazing things, and I'm not going to repeat them. No, I'm just kidding. What was the last thing you heard?
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Tiffany. So she planned it last year, so this year I had to do it. And you just log into their system, the GenCon system, and there's like the GMEO something on the left-hand side, and then you're like, I would like to submit an event. And then there's different types of events, and they actually changed my type of event this year. There's a lot of back and forth on whether it was a seminar because people will be interacting, or if it was like one of that weird like Zed thing, which is like, well, you don't have a name for you, so you get to be this. But they're actually very helpful and were very great about changing it and getting it updated without me having to do any of that stuff. So you just fill out a form and hope for the best, basically. And I don't know if it's like first come, first serve, because let's face it, that book like is ridiculous. You know, the thing they give you when you get there, it's like 47 million pages of events that are like so small in the text, and you're like, what am I reading? But anyway.
I'm raising my hand like Chris because I'm polite. So the other thing is, as far as the first come first serve, they also figure out what you did last year and your attendance. So if you've been to Gen Con, you know, like the big section where like AEG has their own section, their own tablecloths and everything. Upper Deck has one. A few companies have them, and what they do is they give you your tables for this year. So they say they allot you space for 150 people in your area for all your events. Then they count your tickets at the end, and if you have to be within a certain percentage of tickets turned in, so next year when you go back and ask them for those 150 seats again, they don't laugh in your face. Because anyone can run an event there. You don't have to be a publisher to run an event there. So if you're a big fan of Fleet and there's no Fleet event there, you can go set as many up as you'd like. And they will say, well, you know, you're kind of being a little ambitious here. We'll give you 4 slots instead of the 400 you want to run. And then if you sell out those 4 slots, you can always go back and say, I need more space. If they can accommodate you, they will. But next year when you go back and say, look, I had, 40 slots. They were all gone. Everybody showed up. I want 65 this year. And they'll say, okay, fine. And they'll work with you that way. But anyone can run an event there.
Anthony, could you say that all again, but as well, let's go Travolta that one, please.
The whole thing again? All right, so what you got to do is you got to log in, and then you click submit an event, and then you got to fill out the paperwork. And the only thing that's good about it is if you're doing like the same game over and over, you can just hit duplicate. That's when you make copies or something, and then all you got to do is change the day and the time. And then you wait. And I will have to say this year, Derek Gilder, who is in charge of the events at Gen Con, was dealing with cancer. Really good guy. So he was not in the office as much as he normally is, and his staff did not miss a beat on stuff. So they did a fantastic job. I had a few issues with the stuff that I had set up for Portal. And again, like Ree said, always willing to help, always offering a solution when they couldn't accommodate something that we were trying to do. But yeah, fantastic people and the event staff at Gen Con. So.
All right, Barry, come on. Questions, go.
All right, Lance, why did you name your team Unicorn?
I didn't name it.
Who did? Where'd it come from?
Talk to Rhiannon. She picked Team Unicorn.
What?
She did? Mm-hmm.
No, I would have picked Team Majestic Beard.
No, it was you, young. No, you picked Team Unicorn, and I said, okay, fine, go ahead.
Right.
Holy crap, Joel's here.
Yeah, Joel.
Oh my God.
Showed up.
Joel!
Hey,
Oh my
Joel
God!
It's Captain Mouse was here.
There you go. Did Rhiannon just leave because I showed up?
I thought about it. I was like, oh, Travis, I'm out. My internet is horrible tonight. I don't know what's going on with it. I even made my kid get off Minecraft, which creates ridiculous amounts of lag. But
Whoa. Someone's going to call CPS if you keep saying stuff like that out loud.
I'm sorry. Don't tell anybody.
Okay. Chris, with New Bedford,
Yeah.
there was some stuff about the theme of that. A little bit of backlash. Not a whole lot, but were you surprised by that?
What do you mean?
About whaling and stuff like that. I was
Whaling?
reading. Yeah, I was reading stuff about the theme.
No,
Were you surprised by that?
No, everybody loves whaling. I mean, come on.
I only buy
No,
dolphin unsafe tuna, so I'm all behind it.
With the theme behind New Bedford, yes, we talked about that a lot, and it was something we dealt with the first campaign, and we knew we were going to face it no matter what we did. But when it comes to the theme of whaling, in the 1800s, whaling was a part of life. I mean, it just was.
There were other things that were part of life in the 1800s too. So,
Like whaling.
so does
Like
that mean,
whaling.
does that
Yeah,
mean
like
that
whaling.
it's fine?
Yes, all of those are just fine. Thank you.
Okay.
But in particular, whaling, where it really was a part of life, and it really was an important part of American history, and that's where we center New Bedford. Like New Bedford, Massachusetts, was like really the richest city in the world. It made a difference in what we could do with the American society beyond that. But it's a huge part of American history, and we didn't want to shy away from it. We knew that we would probably bring some people in who were sensitive to whaling and whaling conservation and what's going on now, but we didn't want to shy away from that. We wanted to just charge forward and say hey, this is what happened. This is an important part of history, and you can learn from it. You can both be entertained and educated. And the important part of the game is that we're trying to educate people and saying yes, what you're doing right now actually represents the depletion of the whale population, and it really does. And we represent that in our rule book. We talk about it in the campaign. We are upfront about that with all of our representation of what we're doing with this game. It's not to glorify whaling. I mean, who in the world says oh, it's great, yeah, we're just going out whale?
Well, that's what I do on
have-
Thursday nights. So
Every
And the
Thursday
game
night.
actually tells the story, because the more you harvest the whales from the ocean and build the town, the less whales there are to get. So since all the water tiles go back because the ocean doesn't change size, there's less whales in the ocean being your
don't talk
bag.
to me about
in the game.
ecosystems and stuff. God.
So it's harder
Wow.
to get whales at the end of the game because
Why I
you
feel like
kill
I'm in
them all.
8th grade again. Jeez. You guys
But
are
it does
killing
tell
me.
that story. So anybody thinks it's glorifying it should pay attention to what the game's telling them.
Keith, say that again as Jacques Cousteau.
Voulez-vous manger mon derrière, s'il vous plaît?
Did you
Keith,
just ask
can you
for
do-
French fries?
Keith,
No,
can you do a Sling Blade impression for us?
Oh God, yes.
Them whales.
Use a sling blade. Some people call it a hatchet blade, but I use a sling blade.
Do we have two Kirkmans now?
We do. We get
I sure like them. I sure like that mustard. I got mustard.
Hey, but you know what? He was married to Angelina Jolie, so you can't be too hard on him. That's all I gotta
That's
say.
right.
He was married to Angelina Jolie back when she had boobs, too.
Oh, too soon, dude. Too soon.
Hey, you're over here talking about punching whales.
Hey, no. This is 150 years ago. Too soon. I'm gonna
Lance, it's
say
a
it.
Barry 10. Put him in line.
Yeah, Barry, come on, assert yourself.
What? Okay. Yeah, I got nothing.
Anyway, I cut out, but I know Keith had my back. But the bottom line is, for New Bedford, we want to both entertain and educate people to understand that what we're portraying is not like glorifying whaling. We're portraying a part of American history, which is very, very important for American history. But not only that, we can also bring like recognition and like a visual recognizance for people to know that there's something that went on in their past that they don't realize.
Are you trying to suggest that my family were whalers?
Yes. Absolutely.
I don't think I like that. I
Well-
don't think they were whalers. I don't think that's
Well,
accurate. What?
They may not have been whalers, but they may not have minded.
Whaling.
Wait. They may not have minded the fact that they had actual power or light in their house because of whaling.
Pish posh.
No, pish posh. Exactly.
Hey, I
So-
checked my family tree, and there were no whalers.
Well, that's fine.
My uncle played
But there were a lot of
defensive game
cannibals,
for the
right?
Hartford Whalers.
Here, what I'm going to ask everyone is can you trace your family tree back?
No.
And no, wait. In America,
Yep.
from the 1800s or mid 1800s on, and try to think about where they got their power, or where they got their
Coal.
oil. No. Wait, stop. Or where they got their light to light their homes.
Candles.
Yes, exactly. But where did they get that?
They made them on a string and beeswax.
No, not beeswax. Whale oil.
Don't you tell me about my family.
Whale oil.
My family burned cow dung, thank you.
Yeah.
Whale oil.
Prove it.
95% of America in that time was powering lights beyond what they do in the daytime was whale oil. Whale oil.
Well, my family was doing citrus in Florida, so I feel like it was probably orange rinds.
No, it's probably whale oil. I'm sorry.
My family was the 1 out of 20, so your theme and game is offensive.
So, how do you guys feel about these touchier themes in gaming? Do you think we need more of them if they're done tastefully?
I guess I'd rather play a game about whaling than war. Not because I'm offended by war, but I just find it really boring if that doesn't seem offensive. But like nothing interests me less than war. Like movies, games. It doesn't entertain me. I mean, I get it historically, but I just don't. There's nothing fun for me in.
What's it good for?
Hey, Riddle. Free domain free, okay? Free domain free.
I get that. Listen, I make peace one tank at a time at my large defense contractor that I work for and pays my bills very comfortably. So I get it. I'm not like anti anything, but I don't. It doesn't interest me. Like World War II movies and just even Revolutionary War, and I don't. It's not fun. There's
Can
nothing.
you bring a tank to Gen Con? That'd
God, I
be
wish.
awesome.
Hey, let me ask you a question then. Where do you think you get the gas to put in your monster trucks, buddy? Come on.
Listen. Hey, I get it. I have a lot of customers in that region of the country. So,
Put them in a box. Box them in.
I don't have a problem with I personally don't like to replicate war with my gaming. I watched Joel's videos on what's that game with the guy and the gun? Hey Joel, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad, man. How are you?
What's the game with what's the game that you love with the green box and the guy was It's from last year or 2 years ago. Balls.
Andy the Abyss.
Yes,
Hey.
that one.
Can I interrupt everybody here real quick? Okay, everybody, just look at your screen. Look at Joel, and look at Joel's painting behind him. And I want you to go ahead and look at Matt. Is that a rare?
Don't hide that. Joel, move your head. Come on.
It's an anchor. It fits our nautical theme tonight.
Yeah,
There you
is that a rare Joel Eddy a masterpiece behind you there, Matt?
I'm just looking at it. I'm lost in his awesome
There.
painting.
I'm gonna change that damn painting.
No. That's
One instead. See, this is a nice one.
define nice.
Of course, it's the Picasso. But
Oh my God.
It's just like yours.
I know.
can't tell
I
the
made
difference.
it. I used my own hands.
That's a Joel Eddy original. Everyone back there, you can't believe he gave up on his art career, can you?
I can't believe you gave up on reviewing board games.
Oh.
Where's the little thing? Here's the thing about abstract art. That, if you're looking at my screen, is from my 8-year-old. And that's not to rip on Joel at all. The point is, I don't know if it's any good. Like, I have no idea.
You paid $5,000 for it.
Well, I appreciate that. And she would too. Except for I'll take the money. But I mean, I like the painting that Joel's behind Joel. It looks really cool, but I don't know how to tell. Like, who can tell me what's good or not with that kind of art? I know what I like, but I can't tell you why. It's just so random. So I don't know.
I have a dead senator from North Carolina that could tell you what that means, but that's fine.
I believe you.
Yeah, it's fine.
So to
Does
answer
it
the
jump
original
in?
question,
Let's
touchy
see.
subjects in games don't bother me at all. I think you can make a game about whatever you want. Whether it's going to be marketable, that's a different story. But I'm not going to tell you can't make a game that you want to make. I can play it or not, and that's on me.
Rhiannon, let me ask you a question. While we have you,
Wow, look at the time.
I know. A monster truck game. Would you like that kind of game? Would you back that kind of game?
I would, if it was a bunch of dice rolling insanity, I probably would.
Yes. So there we go. Okay. I'm recording that. So when we relaunch Monster Truck Mayhem, we're gonna put that. So.
But it has to be ridiculous. Like a game like that can't take itself too fun. Like,
of course.
Seriously.
It's totally ridiculous.
Like, well, you're going to roll the dice, and then you're going to add a 4 modifier, and here's a card you can purchase that can then do this, and here's some power cells, and no, I don't need to do all that.
No.
Oh, that game sounds like a fun.
Between races, yes, but not.
There should be a sideboard. There should be a little sideboard where you have like a little platoon of guys in the Middle East, and you have to go secure an oil well in order to have gas to use the nitrogen. So like, because think about it, people like these where like you could tack on like a little mini game, you know. So like you're trying to wipe out the insurgents in order to have the fuel that you need to do the cool ramp halfway through the game.
Should you be flooding the front page with images by now, Travis?
No, you know what it should be? It should just be like on the mini game, you're just shooting at whales with turbans on, like that way. You're hitting all the demographics.
No, you're shooting slaves with turbans on.
Shooting slaves with turbans on.
Right.
I don't like whenever a game comes out. Like I hate anything where like this movie American Sniper that came out last year, and I saw all these people whining online like, this should have won Best Picture of the Year. You know, the Academy they're not patriotic. Like, just because something has like touchy or severe subject material does not mean that it automatically should just be lauded as for being brave. You know, I think Freedom is a good game. Like, it's a cool game. I don't think Freedom is the best game in the world because it had the bravery to tackle that subject matter or whatever. So I think a big part of that is people not wanting to have an opinion on those things. So you have the group of people that are going to sit there and, you know, clap their hands and be raising everyone up on their shoulders and saying what heroes they are for broaching the subject, and then you're going to have the other people that are thinking this is bullshit, but they're too afraid to say anything because they don't want to be called a racist or a slave owner or be forced to wear like a Confederate flag diaper in public or something weird like that. So I don't know. I tend to want to. I think games are a vehicle for many things, including recreating things, history, whatever, simulations, if you will, and then totally escaping reality altogether. So, more power to you. I mean, I'm sure the amount of bad press that you get for this, there are people who find the game because of the bad press that end up liking the game, right, Chris?
Yeah. You've gone way off the rails, but that's fine. But
my real dad, Chris.
But I agree with a lot of what you said. That the only thing I would say, like watching you, like it's so magnetic watching you talk right now. With you have your head below, like lower a little bit more, Travis. A little bit more. No, lower your head. Not. There you go. Exactly. Like you talking like that reminds me of like these subversive videos that come out on like YouTube and so much stuff, like with these I mean, so many groups who are like, yes, we have to do this, we have to do that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. To me, no, I see it. Like,
are you trying to say I look like I'm in ISIS or something?
Yes, exactly. It's amazing. No, it's so cool.
I think you and Riddle are just kicking up a smoke screen here because you don't want to talk about this monster truck shit has to do with wars.
Well, possibly, but yeah, anyway.
Hey, we were talking about nautical-themed Kickstarters earlier, and Travis has one about sea monkeys right now. Oh, wait, no, ninja monkeys. My bad.
No, I'm fighting right now for a walrus to be the next animal in the game, but everybody wants this crappy polar bear, so...
So this is your fault, though. You should just put the damn walrus in the game and not ask people to vote.
Yep.
Yeah,
you are the designer.
Yeah, what's the fun in that, though?
Voting gets you weather authority instead of casino.
We've had like 200 people vote on that poll, so say what you will.
I voted for Hippo.
Of course you would, Anthony, you godless bastard. You. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you.
That's today? That was yesterday.
Yesterday.
Anthony, you were alive back when whaling actually was a thing, so how do you feel about it, being 100 years old?
Well, back in the day, we'd have to walk like 10 miles uphill.
Oh, wait. Answer this.
Hey,
Al Pacino it. Al Pacino.
Oh, God. When I was a kid, you had to walk uphill to go whaling. And we were happy. And then some asshole comes along and says, stop. And I'm like, hey, who put you in charge? We're going to whale. Right now.
The wheels are coming off the wagon there.
Walking uphill to go whaling was the funniest thing I've heard all day. So
that should be a T-shirt. Make that a stretch goal for
I'm just gonna make a. I'm just
walking
gonna
uphill for whaling.
You and Greater Than Games should make another imprint called Whales Hate Me Games, and they're all just dice based.
Does anybody have any like GenCon expectations that they're excited about?
I'm excited about our dinner at Fogo's.
Fogo's will be awesome, yeah.
Rhiannon is apparently coming, although I'm sure she'll find something better to do before she commits
It
completely.
would really. I mean, yeah, I could think of a billion things that'd probably be better to do. Than
He's like, me and Richard Launius are gonna go have a massage. I'll see you guys later.
Okay, Richards is not going to be at Gen Con, so...
That's right, actually, you're right. I found that out today because someone was like, I want to pitch you some of his games for him.
For what?
Yeah, he has like a...
Who said that?
I'll type it in the window over here.
Chris is pissed
Okay.
because he wants it.
No, because I'm talking to Richard right now. Oh. Hello.
I was thinking we needed more Launius games in the world. I wasn't really thinking that.
What's up with the Lanius hate? What's going on with that?
I don't know. I gotta like one of his games first,
What?
and then we'll talk. He's great, just not for me. I mean, he's an awesome designer. But
Okay, Matt.
Chris is going to throw his drink at you.
Stop.
How many has
Stop.
he had this evening? By the way,
I was gonna say, Chris, what's going on, man?
What do you mean?
He's
You're acting
celebrating
like
funding.
you're acting like Tom Cruise behind closed doors right now.
I am?
I don't even know what that means.
I have no idea what that means either, but whatever.
I was.
I have no idea.
We were talking about on the last Kickstarter we did. This guy was like bitching about how we had like 8 of the 9 images on the front page, and then he kept saying like he'd be like, "This is ridiculous. This is like metric fraud," and then he would start complaining about how the default setting wasn't people and it was game. And so then he would like change the topic to try to get the attention of the admins by sort of just throwing us under the bus in the process. And so some guys, I was at a little gaming meetup tonight, and some guys were making fun of it, and one guy was like, "Man, I'm so sick of this Confederate flag crap, man. And what's up with all these Tom Cruise movies?" Like that was just like the book-ended point. It was funny to me. Joel laughed.
I did. I was laughing pretty good.
I can't hear him, but I can see him.
I'm
So what did I miss?
has anybody played any new games they like recently, by any chance?
Can I talk about a game I didn't like?
Okay.
I know what the name of it is going to be, judging from what we talked about earlier today.
Heroes Wanted?
Oh.
Oh.
Such bitterness.
There was a point. I was actually I had a dartboard with your face on it for like 6 weeks, but
You did not.
we're friends now.
You did not.
Well, it was
have a
Jim
dartboard.
Gaffigan's face, but I pretended like it was.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to hear about
You and Chris Barden there. He said he would kill me on Twitter. He was totally joking, but
Oh, Chris Darden?
Darden, not Barden. Darden.
Chris, who the hell's Chris Martin?
Everybody actually hates Dungeon Roll. I mean, that's not. He knows that. He's not dumb. He knows everybody hates Dungeon Roll. No, he does. Like, he's pretty aware of the fact that it's not a very good game, but it sold a lot of copies, and he's happy with it. I honestly, I mean that. Like, I'm a little bit joking, but I mean, he really, I think, understands that that game deserves to be like a 6.2, and that's what it is.
Well, here's the thing with that. I think
Oh my gosh, you are bitter. What's up with that?
No, I mean that. Seriously, like,
When you say it's like
He knows what he designed. Like, he knows what it is.
yeah,
it's like
he knows exactly what he put out.
like
Yeah.
the Paul Blart 2 of board games or something. What are you saying?
Wait,
No, I'm saying he made a very popular game.
Oh, he made
lot
a
of
popular
us
game,
aren't
that
gonna like.
bastard, but it really isn't that good. The people that bought it are fooling themselves to think that they actually had fun.
No, I mean, he understands the audience isn't necessarily the same audience that we're discussing most of the time, or that listen to
So
this
Matt,
show.
let me ask you a question. If you died and you went to hell, and a demon walked up to you and said, you get to play zombie dice or dungeon roll for all of eternity, which would you pick?
I would rather play Dungeon Roll, because
There
at
you
least
go.
you make some
That's
decisions.
what, I think that's all the guy was after. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I had a run-in with this guy whenever Rhiannon was staying at his house a few months ago, and he ended up being a cordial dude, and we worked it out. So I still stand by the fact that I think that I don't think Dungeon Roll is like the most exciting game in the world, but I don't think it was meant to be the most. It's just a game that sold a lot of copies.
Right. No, that's actually all I meant. I was being 100% like I was trying to be kind. It may not come off that way, but I
he's
think
gonna
he
find-
legitimately. I mean, Chris is a smart dude. I talked to him about it actually the first time I ever met Rhiannon in person last year at the one of the bars with Patrice and all those guys.
The kilt.
Yeah,
Kill.
that's the one. And I met him for the first time that night, and it's funny because he and Ben both like cross-rated each other's games horribly. Ben, my design partner, like he gave actually Chris was first. He gave Fleet like a 2. So then Ben went and gave Dunsroll like a 3. And they had this whole conversation about it. It was really kind of surreal, frankly. But you know, it's whatever. I mean, I don't get into that side of the game. But those two, like,
-2 at Origins.
Yeah, it was. Either way, the point is, I mean, it sold a lot of copies for a reason, and I want to hear about the game that Joel didn't like. So.
I like too.
Oh, God, Lance, what was the name of the game? I've already forgotten.
Clockwork Wars?
Clockwork Wars, yes.
Is that big, huge one, like from Eagle Griffin, that one?
Yeah, it's a big one from Eagle Griffin. It reminds me a lot of Hyperborea, and I don't want to utter the word Kemet in the same sentence, but it kind of reminds me of Kemet, but Kemet, like, just rips it to pieces. Yeah, and it's really boring is the first thing. You just like move discs out and try to lock down territory to either generate 3 different types of money or victory points. And that's it. And the combat is like 100% deterministic. And the technologies you get are really boring, like really, really boring. And they have this cool theme. When you read the first part of the rulebook, it's like, hey, there's humans, and then there's human and rhinoceros hybrids is one faction. And the other one is humans and chimpanzee hybrids. And I forget what the other one is.
Aren't those just humans?
Yeah,
Troglodytes,
right.
rhinocs, and mongrels.
Yeah. No, the dogs, that's right. And but it's got like a steampunk, with that weird hybrid, whatever theme. It's not very, very fun though. Oh.
Rhinox. That sounds like Ganon.
Yes. Yes, it does. What was the name of the chimpanzee one? I don't have the game in front of me. What was the name of that faction? Is that on the geek or whatever?
What now?
All right, hold on.
No, because I thought when I saw Rhinox, I thought of Rhiannon and Ryox. Oh, troglodytes. I was like, oh, I'm the troglodytes because Keith called me a troglodyte the other day.
Yep.
Yeah.
I heard Rhinox. I just thought of Minox from Star Wars.
Yeah. And when it was pure breeds, I thought of Lance. So.
Well, I am as pure as the driven snow.
Anyway, that was a game I played yesterday and I did not like.
Well, thank you for ruining the designer's hopes and dreams. And
No, there's plenty of time for somebody that is worth its enough to like it.
is anybody else entranced by Anthony's plastic bag in the background? It's just
It's floating.
slowly. I feel like I'm watching. What was that? What was that movie with Kevin Spacey where he couldn't stop?
American Beauty.
He couldn't stop filming the plastic bag.
Oh God!
I'm actually working on the musical right now. That's why I have the plastic bag here.
No,
The puppets out murdering people?
Travolta as the plastic bag.
Where'd the Muppets go? Are they out eating
Here
souls?
to hear you critique something in color.
You like that?
No, I
You haven't
feel
seen my last 2 videos. They're in color.
I feel like I think you should bump up the snobbery on your videos where you're playing a cello while you're talking about the game.
I've often thought about bringing out my old trombone and play a little music or something during one of my reviews.
Yeah.
Maybe you can color your videos based on how you like the game, and that's
I
your
should.
Oh, there you go.
You can get sepia tone for something.
That's a good idea. Yeah, if I really like it, it'll go like sepia. I'll wear like a top hat and
So
stuff.
Joel,
Yeah,
what do you
yeah.
think? What do you think about because you have your thing, right? Like you look like Jim Gaffigan. Everything's black and white. You have a 75,000 word vocabulary. You only like games with dice. So what don't you think Lance needs a thing? Like, and I suggested he just cosplay as Michonne for 1 year straight. And I think he would like triple his viewers.
I think so. I mean, it doesn't matter what. He could review Uno and easily 1 million views.
That's what I'm saying. Lance and cosplay.
Cosplay is Michonne? What?
He's already got the hair.
Kirkman, how are you getting such good Wi-Fi in a bar right now?
A bar? I'm in a house. What are you talking about?
Hold on, I gotta go thumb another Action Phase Games picture to the front page.
There's only one on there right now.
I know, I missed the other 7 from last campaign. Hold on.
Oh, that's
So
right.
I did play a game recently that I liked, if we want to talk about that.
I would love to talk about an actual game.
All right, so I played this like a couple, maybe 2 weeks ago, but I'm playing it Saturday again. That's Forbidden Stars. And I know Chris has played that.
Yeah!
I played it too, actually.
What did you think, Travis?
I liked it. I only played half of a game of it because everyone I game with is like, I feel like I'm in like a reality TV show where it's like guys who are into games that are also stay-at-home dads. So everyone's like, well, I've got to get up at 5 a.m. and use a snow shovel to clean the diarrhea out of my kid's crib, so I'm going to have to hit the hay here at 9:30. So we played we played half of the game, but I really liked it. I think Fantasy Flight's making really big moves to like kind of clean up their act. Like the rule book wasn't a mess. It wasn't 780 pages long. It wasn't that weird thing where it'd be like, to look at rules on how Cylons attack humans, look on page 42. For rules on what the color red means, look at page 7. So it didn't have that weird kind of choose your own adventure format they used to do. So yeah, I thought it was good. The components are awesome. Did you feel, Joel, like it had like if you hiccup, it's kind of punitive though, right? Like I definitely like screwed up a couple of my sequence, and you still have that like that kind of the thing where you can put it on your event deck so you can kind of get out of hock if you totally whiff or someone blows you out.
Right. The crazy part is the orders, because you have to like do them in reverse. But then as the game kind of goes along, you have to, you start worrying about the other players pretty quickly. And then you're like, okay, if I do this, if he does this before me, then, you've got to kind of do, he'll get the jump on me moving into this sector kind of thing. And it's like, and that's why the game takes, 2-player took 3 hours, we're going to play 4 on Saturday. And I'm like, this is going to take 6, like easily.
Yeah, well, I watched Jamie and them at Beer Mongers. It was about 6.
Yeah. So, which is cool. I really like the combat. I like the deck building thing, and that kind of stuff. And I do like the order stuff, but it's like just nasty AP. But you can, I can say you can just totally bone yourself to like, oh, if I'd have put that there, but you can't like take it back at all because everything's like unraveled. So.
I hear it compared to that StarCraft. Is that true, Joel? Is it?
Well, I never played StarCraft.
What?
Yeah, whatever. And but funny story, we had a guy. We used to play at a local group and at a different store, and these guys played every single week. It was always 3 of them, and they played every single week, and they loved it. And this sounds like it's the same thing with the order tokens and the deck building. It's pretty much the same. I don't remember how the combat worked in StarCraft.
I played it with a couple guys who used to work at FFG, and they were around when StarCraft was made, and they were commenting on that. Yeah, like they're like it's just like a really cleaned up version of it. Apparently, that game was in production for like a couple years. So.
Which one? Forbidden Stars or StarCraft?
Yeah, they were there. They were working there when it was in production, and it was like a real kind of slow process. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a good game. I'm not a huge fan of Fantasy Flight stuff. I like the production value, but I just kind of don't like fixed role-playing games. So they're just not my thing, and they seem to make a lot of games like that. But this one was pretty good.
I'm waiting for them to make something that's not just a reprint of an old game at this point.
Yeah, really.
Don't be silly.
Don't hold your
Keep holding your breath.
So let me butt in for a second.
No way.
Yeah, no way. But Forbidden Stars is freaking awesome. I don't know what the fuck anybody's talking about right now.
Whoa!
Sorry.
And it's the first F-bomb of the night.
F-bomb.
Bartender.
Right now. I'm
Cut him
sorry.
off.
I'm sorry.
Somebody get this guy some whale blubber so he calms down.
Let him go slay a whale. He'll probably feel good about himself afterwards.
He's got like a
Choke it to death with this two. If only if there was a female and it was pregnant, so he could kill 2 whales at the same time. Then he'd truly be pleased.
Oh man! All right, so let's get back to Forbidden Stars, shall we? All right, so
You chased that away.
yes. Anyway, Forbidden Stars is awesome. There are some weird things that happen. There's some cheese. If you are familiar with the 40K universe, you know what cheese means, which means basically there are some decks that you can build that are going to interrupt the tactical things that happens. Mostly, like it's going to be Eldar, but overall, though, the 4 to 6 hour play of this is going to really tickle the fancy of people who like playing TI3, which is Twilight Imperium 3, without playing 12 to 18 hours of a game, and I love that.
18.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who plays it for 18 hours?
No. Twilight Imperium? If you're not playing... No, if you're not playing Twilight Imperium for 18 hours, you're not playing it right.
Oh, man.
You're not. You're really not. So what I'm saying is, we're cutting it in half. We're playing 6 to 8 hours, fine, with 4 players. That's cool. But they've
Put it away,
streamlined this.
Rakana.
Oh, yeah. Right. They've streamlined this with Fantasy Flight to make it an amazing system, and I love it. I cannot wait to play this many, many more times. And I can't say I'd rather play it versus TI3 because I like TI3's social system, but this is very, very comprehensive for people to get in 4 to 6 hours and try to play this game and realize what they're doing that versus 2 out of 3, which is 12 to 16 hours. So whatever.
Damn.
or they could just play Exodus Proxima Centauri.
Oh, whatever. No, who's heard of that? Come on.
That game is awesome, and those of you who haven't played it are
Who has heard of that game?
Me.
You, yes. Who else besides you, Lance?
I own it.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
you own it. Who else?
Wait, Kirkman. Relax.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
You allowed.
Oh!
How was it?
Oh!
We have to go to sleep. The kids.
Aha!
Anthony, are you getting scolded right now?
Oh my god, is Ricardo getting yelled at?
I love that. I love it.
It's all Kirkman's fault.
I was sitting there and I was like, I didn't know Kirkman was married. And I was just,
That's
need
the
to call
ringtone for Anthony.
oh.
Do we need to call a battered men's shelter for you for the night?
Anthony, do you feel safe at home?
Yes, I'm fine.
Anthony, are you getting reverse Archie bunkered right now?
Oh, good stuff.
All right, so most of the people I talk to feel underwhelmed about the release.
The Barry 10 was over 20 minutes.
Yeah. Shut up, Mike.
Oh,
What do you
Barry.
guys think?
When did Barry grow a set? When did this happen?
Last episode, whenever he was throwing these cutting questions at Isaac Vega for 2 hours.
Oh yeah. So how does it feel to be a hack, Isaac?
Why
Barry
not call him
goes-
a hack?
No, Barry goes. He goes. So Isaac, I got a question for you. If let's say you're a reviewer and
Wait. When did he start sounding like Yogi the Bear? Go ahead. Yeah, he was like, so. I mean, yeah, no, he was actually he would let up.
that was more of a jab at Lance, and I didn't expect Isaac to take it that far. Okay.
Oh.
So has anyone played Viceroy yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
That game has got some serious balance issues, man.
Really?
Holy shiitake mushrooms.
Hmm.
I typed in this card. I was like, I wonder
Travis,
if we're playing.
Travis, keep it down. Anthony's family's trying to sleep.
You're talking about like Redemptor card or something?
Yeah, well, that's the funniest. I went to type it in. I was like, I played it with somebody. He's like, we're probably playing it wrong. Let's see if there's something. And it's just like 5 articles. This card is broken. Is this card for real? Just like all the top hits were like complaints about it. I think it's neat. It's a little bit of it's kind of a head down affair. You don't really pay attention to what other people are doing. You just kind of stare at your stuff and hope the other person isn't screwing up.
Yep. It's pretty solitary. It's cool to put everything together, combos and stuff, but it's people call it Splendor, like Splendor with crack or whatever, Splendor on steroids. Splendor's a lot better, I think, but
I agree.
Yep.
If somebody starts with those infinite gem guys, it's ridiculous. Like they get to start with one of those things for free, and they just start free rolling. Like, I mean, over the course of the game, the guy I played against, he had 2 of those, and he was like, yeah, I think I've saved like collectively like 20 resources over the course of the game.
Hey, I mentioned sorry to switch up here, but I did tell Sue Sheldon wanted to join us but couldn't, so we gotta promote Gen Can't just a little bit for people that are listening. So if you can't go to GenCon, is this the second or third year for Gen Can't?
Second.
So www.gencant.com, I believe, is just that's. And like anybody can sign up to try to win. Even if you're going to Gen Con, you can even sign up. But I think you go to hell if you're going to Gen Con and you
it's
sign
in the
up.
rules, I saw.
Then you go directly to everlasting burning hell. And if you do sign up, but it looks like she's got like just a mountain of prizes that people have offered up, and it's pretty crazy. So
yeah, it really is. And I think that I saw on the Twitter, or maybe it was on the Facebook, where they have like the way to enter to win the games.
Yeah, I'm like looking at the list here, and like literally, it takes several wheel scrolls to get all the way through all the stuff, and it isn't like, oh, here's a bunch of crappy promos that I'm going to give in my Kickstarter like Joel Eddy would do. It's actually like games, gift certificates, and more. So,
could you please mispronounce that word again, real quickly?
Games?
No, you said certificates.
No, you can't hear because you have too much of your boyfriend in your ears. But
well, now we're going home. We went from wailing to homophobia. That was a really
I don't. There's no homophobia. I love your boyfriend.
Oh God.
I would like to actually call Lance out for torturing me for the last week via text message by asking me what my address is, because he has one of 2 prototypes that I need for Gen Con, and he just keeps telling me over and over again and if you look at the text before he says what's your address, it's my address. So here I am being tortured by this guy.
Is he supposed to send you something?
Yeah.
It's never going to happen. Like 6 months ago, I was supposed to get laughed against so that I could write something about it from a female perspective. No, didn't happen.
Letting Lance do a review for your game is like it's like a scene in a movie where you're defusing a bomb. It's like you're right down to the wire. You're getting ready to hit the Kickstarter button, and the video uploads, and you get the embedded link like 10 seconds before.
Lance gone? He's gone.
You won't know. I think he's doing jazzercise.
I think so.
He was thinking about jazzercise the other day.
Did Ricano get taken out by his wife? Where'd he go?
Anthony's like, yeah. That little bag flapping around in the background. I played a prototype today that I really liked, actually. We played a game. We played We played it 2 times and called the designer and said we want this game, and that
There you
never
go.
happened. So yeah, it was good, and it was very Splendor-ish. It was.
Oh, yeah, they had a winter tabletop edition. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm just reading through the list of games that are on GenCon. It's crazy.
What the hell is that?
I was talking about GenCon, and you decided to go off and just talk about your own little world. And
Yeah, Lance, you've never done that before.
you can shut your mouth.
Kirkman, what's going on, buddy? Do we need to call somebody?
I think
Where do
he's
you
trying
live?
to be me.
What's the fire department's number where you live?
Shut up.
He was being the creepy guy in front of the camera.
I just want you to keep drinking so that you just say something crazy and you wake up tomorrow and you go, wait, what?
Wait, what?
7,000 comments on the
That's,
Kickstarter.
you know, that's every night. Whatever. I'm fine right now. Here we go.
Oh.
Oh yes, and the lull. I'm just waiting. I'm trying to hopefully Kirkman just fills the lulls. So
Anthony, what's going on? You getting divorced, buddy? What's happening?
No. See, normally my wife's asleep early on Wednesday nights. She was still up, so I was much louder sounding than normal. But
Yeah, Al Pacino's not the most quiet of impersonations. She's like,
And I
what's
kept
this?
it
You're
calm.
walking up a hill killing whales? What's going on in this room?
Hey, Joel. How many videos do you have booked for Gen Con appointments?
25 appointments, I think.
God,
So multiply that by a couple of games per publisher, probably.
Well, we didn't get an appointment with you, Joel.
Well, where are you going to be?
No, it's too late.
GenCon.
It's too late.
Booth
Okay.
335. We've got some other stuff other than Heroes Wanted.
Shoot me an email,
Okay.
please. I will
You
set
said
something
ignore
up.
it, but you can send it to him.
I will not ignore it.
No, Joel's actually quick to reply.
Here's Joel's
Yeah.
begrudging. Okay, let me work you into my list of.
Dude, he doesn't have to come by. I was just pushing his buttons. I mean, we have the game that we have up on Kickstarter right now. But
Right. Hey, anything you want me to shoot, I'll be around and I'll do it for sure. I want to check that Scoundrel game out anyway. I just watched that movie again probably 2 weeks ago. Dirty Rotten
it's a
Scoundrels.
good movie. I realized, like, I if I could go back, I would fancy up the theme a little bit. I guess trying to appeal to today's modern gamer by referencing a Michael Caine movie, Martin movie from almost 30 years ago, probably isn't going to be the hippest thing. They're like,
Yeah, you
hey,
never
they made a
know.
game that's like Walking Dead? Dude, they made a game that's like Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. It's crazy.
Well, Check Games did Brewster's Millions and with Last Will, and it sold really well. So, yeah, maybe it just needs to be a good game.
Well, if you get the rules right in one of the videos. My favorite thing about the solo play. Wait, what? There's no solo rules?
Travis, for the next game, can you make one about Alfie?
Alfie? Sure. How about Alf? Just do the 80s TV show Alf.
Oh.
He's back in Pog form.
What? Chris, you are freaking me out, man. Get away from your... You look like Kevin Spacey in Seven or something right now.
What?
Hey, the game I've been playing a lot of lately. Jeez, Kirkman. Jeez, gosh,
What?
we need to turn him off or something. Kirkman, go get another drink.
It's like the drunk witch
What?
project.
I'm recording all this, by the way.
Good for you. So I've been playing Flip City with my gaming group and my work gaming group a lot. I was a little worried at first that game didn't have a lot of depth, but actually I've actually been really enjoying it. I don't know if anybody else has played it or not, but
What games?
Flip City.
Nope.
Yeah, I
Joel?
played it.
Joel, you've played it, right? Joel?
Joel? He looks like he's frozen.
Joel? He is frozen.
Ah.
Let it go.
Oh, geez.
I'll take his place.
No, seriously, I'm the only person who's played Flip
No,
City.
I've played it.
No, I've played it too.
I played it in my head, in my dreams.
Joel Eddy drops. What did you think of it, Anthony?
It's definitely more than I expected. Opening up the box and looking at it, only once did someone accidentally turn their cards over.
That's the one thing about it, and also people it's really tough. I mean, you almost, and it's weird. In my opinion, you'd almost have to sleeve the cards just so they kind of stick together more. Otherwise people will bump their deck, and then they'll actually see what the next or second or third card will be, and that'll inherently let them know whether they should be pushing their luck or not. So that's the one. I mean, but that's neither here nor there, I guess, technically. But I don't know. I actually really enjoy it. It's a fun.
I love it. I love it.
All right. I feel like I'm 25 again, and I'm trying to convince one of my friends just get in the car. Just get in the car. Is this the we see how long it takes before he realizes?
But don't you think it would be funny if we could get him to talk about a bunch of risque things, and he wakes up and there's 5,000 argumentative comments on his Kickstarter tomorrow?
No, let's not.
He's underneath the funded level,
no, I want the game.
He doesn't know
so
he's
stalking. In a minute, he's just going to be yelling, and we're all going to know it. It's going to be hilarious.
Chris,
what is?
how long have you been a body double for the DJ Moby?
Hey, Aldi!
Oh, there we go. The Grand High Poobah is here.
What's the count, Lance? Get it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, value the web. Okay, hold on.
Worth a web, right? Oh, you're killing me.
Oh, look, Joel comes back when he sees Aldi pop in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello.
Oh.
Hello, Aldi. How's it going? Oh, I didn't mean to leave.
Are you guys all Twitter about GenCon yet?
We haven't been talking about it nearly as much. We've
Isn't it
mostly been
weird?
laughing at Kirk.
I couldn't. So, just a thing I've been noticing. You probably already talked about this. GenCon seems kind of not awesome this year.
Yeah, it seems.
All right, hold on. Just so you know.
I remember last year there was a fever pitch.
Hey, just so you know, we're holding steady at the 75.775 million value.
Good to know.
Okay.
We didn't make it all disappear in a week.
No, that's good. It's good. It's good that you're maintaining. So, we just so you know, we have Chris Kirkman, who may or may not be having had a few drinks before he got up. He doesn't realize that he's muted, and he still does not realize that he's been muted. So,
He's amazing.
What do you think he's doing right now? Do you think he's just look like he's shopping for a Sharpay or something?
I don't know. Joel Eddy left, and then now he saw that Scott Alden came back in, so he wants to kiss some butt, so he rejoined.
Hello.
Did you log out by accident, or what happened, Joel?
No, it's killing my router or something. I think I need to replace my router.
I asked for his email about coming to our booth, and he just dropped it.
Yeah, I'll be sure to.
I can't hear you. My email can't hear you. I have Chris on my screen, and it's like this is horrible.
Speaking to what Aldi said, though, I mean, yeah, GenCon seems really weirdly not a thing right now.
I guess underwhelming is the word. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff coming out, but last year was just crazy.
Last year was I remember, and we said a couple weeks ago or whatever that like I said, Asmodee had released 4 or 5 brand new titles, and it doesn't sound like they have anything.
Well, Mysterium, I think anybody who had Mysterium already got it, and it's not as big as I thought it was going to be. I mean, I've seen people talking about it, but
Now, there's quite a few people I know that are pretty excited for the Mysterium.
But Asmodee, right, had 4 or 5 games last year, and Panamax and Kanban came out at Gen Con last year, I think. So those
Yep.
were kind of big. Those were, and then Five Tribes.
Random Acts
There's
5
no days.
Tribes.
There's no Days of Wonder release, just an expansion.
King of New York was
New
big.
York was last year.
New York.
Yeah, I mean, there was like
there's like 100 extra games on Eric's listed from last year.
yeah, there was like
actually
there was like a dozen games that were like must-haves. It seemed like last year. So,
Yeah.
Well, what do you do? But how you been, Scott? You got all your stuff packed up for?
No, I'm trying. I can only stay on for like an hour, half hour, 45 minutes, whatever. Try to keep it. I got Lincoln and Nikki, the game night couple, coming in tomorrow, and we got to run through a bunch of the tech, make sure it all works, and pack up for that stuff. I haven't packed anything yet.
Where's your booth this time?
Same spot as last year, 367, I think is the number. Like all the way at the end of the threes.
Yeah, I didn't.
Right across from the bathroom. So,
yeah, which isn't bad, but it was kind of a. I mean, I don't know. I mean, kind
don't
of
get me started about Gen Con.
Well, let's get him started. Get him started. What's your opinion of your location on the floor?
I don't think it's a good one.
Well, why? People gotta use the lavatory, and then you're right there.
Okay. Anybody want to trade? So awesome.
Well, I don't have a booth.
I'll trade with anyone on the front of the row when they walk in the door versus all the way at the back, like, a mile back. Believe me, it could be worse. It could be worse. I mean, the place is enormous.
Is it better for you shooting videos being back there, though?
No, it's just as loud anywhere, I think.
Yeah.
Scott, we could pick to be up in the soup as it, where all the bigger publishers, like, well, not up in the mix, like the center of it, but like more toward that direction. We actually requested to stay where we were because we did so well last year, and it was like people could actually stand at our booth and we could engage them. It wasn't that weird shuffling that you have to do when you walk up into the middle of the hall where you're like doing the penguin walk.
Yeah, we bought a Peninsula booth, right? So we're only at the front or the back, right? So you're either on the end or you're on the. I guess they have like sub rows going across too, like going the horizontal way. So it could have been that, but.
We're going to spend some time together, buddy.
No one ever. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is the way it's always been, but I was never asked about any booth choice. It was just, here's your booth. There was no interaction of questions or customer service. Like, I mean, with BGG-Con, we like bend over backwards to try to get people to get. And we don't have a lot of space, right? And it's a seniority thing. But we do a draft where people can pick their booths, right? So
I would be interested.
It's just completely different. It's a completely different experience. And Spiel is the same way. We actually got moved this year. I don't know if I'm allowed to show this, but whatever. You won't be able to see anything here anyway. This is where we are at Spiel.
Quick, screen print.
See the green box? Yeah, there you go. And we got moved, and we didn't even get asked if we wanted to move. We just got moved. So.
I would be interested to know what GenCon.
If I was in charge, if I was king for the day at these conventions, I would not run it the way they're run.
Anyway, as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted by the $76 million man, I would be interested. I would be interested to know if like where Fantasy Flight was the first time that they had there. Like if and then did they slowly move up. Or like AEG. I mean, AEG always has that spot right there in the front.
And, we're late to the game. We've only been coming for 4 years, I think is the 4th year I think this is coming. So, obviously it's been, how long is that con been running? 40 years, right? So, I know we have no seniority, we have no position. But whatever. I mean, that's the way it goes.
But can't you just, pull out your checkbook and,
Kidding?
pull the Bruce Wayne, buy the hotel, just
leverage a point of BGG's equity and see what we can get.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
No, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited to go. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I'm excited to be there, but I'm not excited. It's how do you say? I'm not excited for the games. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's definitely No, I shouldn't say letdown. There's 400 games coming out next week, right? It's cool. I just maybe feels a little less exciting than last year.
I think
Yeah,
like
I'm making a quick list to run down, so keep going.
my like number one games, like my top 5 that I want to get, 2 of them are like $25 party games. Like it's
My number 1 is Flick 'em Out, and that already came out, right? You
Yeah,
guys
I've got
already-
that.
If you went to GenCon, you already got it. So there you go. But
Keith has a hernia from carrying like 30 of them.
I carried 3 of them around at once. It was
I would like to get the new Mysterium. That's top of my list.
one of the
Discoveries is up
300
there.
copies.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I want Discoveries too.
That's going to make a lot of people disappointed.
What is going to make people disappointed? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
300 copies of Mysterium.
Oh,
Oof.
Not enough.
nope.
Nah.
So if you're a VIG, you get one, right?
Yeah.
Because those guys get
Or
an hour.
VIG and Trade Day both get in there early. Trade Day's up to 500 people. They had to cut it off this year.
What's Trade Day?
Trade Day is about a fifth of the cost of VIG, and you just have to be working a retail store or be a teacher, and you pay $150 for your badge, and you get extra events on Wednesday and the hour early into the exhibit hall.
Yeah,
Why
that
didn't
hour-
we already do that?
I mean, they're just games, right? If we don't get it, we'll
Speak
get it.
for
We'll
yourself.
get it eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Mysterium. I'll live.
I've got 200 games from Spiel last year I haven't touched yet.
I don't want to talk about how
Oh,
many games
gee.
I mean, what? I need another 300, like on top of that.
Yes, you do.
You guys are like that too. Don't be saying you got no games to play.
I got no
I,
games to play.
I talked to a really good friend of mine that I don't see very often, Andy Anderson, and if you are a reviewer, you probably know who Andy Anderson is, just because he's very vocal and reaches out to reviewers. But he was talking to me today, and I asked him if he played any new games lately, and he said, I haven't played any new games in about, he's like, I'd say like 4 months. He's like, I'm still buying about 100 games a month though, or something like that. I was just like, holy cow.
Yeah, the backlog is just insane.
Yeah, like he said, he's up to almost 2,000 games now, and he says I probably played 100 of them. I'm just, what? I mean, it's weird how many collectors are like that. You know, just they just never play the ones that they have. I think it's just like collecting anything though. I think it's just.
It certainly wasn't like that in the old days, like 10 years ago. You could play every game, just about.
Well, it's because there's only 7 games in existence.
How many of them were about whaling?
Not enough. We needed more about whaling.
Yes, more
So
about whaling.
Scott, quick aside. What we were talking about yesterday, I submitted the artwork, and the artist said, "How the hell am I supposed to draw this?"
Yeah, I was going to be surprised how you could.
He came up with.
You could do a thing like the Doctor Who episode where the woman turns into that panel or whatever she that's what I'm talking about.
Who watches Doctor Who?
So many people.
Nobody watches Doctor
Oh,
Who.
who?
I don't
Hold on.
watch it, but I know that episode.
Kirkman is trying to move around.
Sorry.
The Blair Witch Project kind of a view.
I gave Doctor Who 3 chances. I watched 3 episodes, and each one I felt was ridiculously horrible, and so then I didn't watch anymore. So
I'm right there with you, Lance. I tried to.
Believe me, I'm not in love with that show, but I have seen that episode. Have you seen the Angel episode? The one with the angels, the statues?
Yeah, that one's awesome. The Weeping Angels episode is good. I don't like the show either.
Yeah.
But that was good.
Oh, hey, my wife went upstairs, and so now I can actually show. If you look way off in the distance here, I'm going to turn on my camera.
What's happening in Chris's computer? Let's just
Who
look at
knows? But here, I'm gonna click on me. You can see the white shelf thing that she made back there with my cat now walking by.
Nice.
So yeah, my wife's, and she's gonna build them all the way up to the ceiling to surround and then they're gonna go all the way on the bottom. And yeah, I don't deserve her, but no, she's
I don't think
gonna
you deserve anything.
What happened to the hammock, Lance?
Oh, the hammock, it is. Well, you can't see it because it's no, it's blocked. You can't see it, but the hammock's there. It's just she needed to move it out of the way. So I'll be putting the hammock back up because my daughter, who turned 8 today, should be home any second, and I told her she could sit in the hammock and watch movies tonight. So she likes the hammock. God, I hate this cat though. God.
Reese, some viewers want to know what's your most anticipated game for GenCon.
I know what it is. It's adult telestrations. That's what she's looking forward to.
Dark, right?
Is that not Eat Poop You Cat? And I had my first experience with that at Geekway, and wow, yeah, that was the thing, and it was amazing. It was an amazing thing.
It's not exactly Eat Poop Your Cat, but pretty similar. It's just like one word.
Oh.
Versus like a sentence that people will make up, right?
Oh, for telestrations?
Yeah, it's like you get a deck.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
It's not, I mean, but yeah, it's the same idea.
Right. Well, he's an adult, so then I just was like, well.
Now with telestrations.
Pretty adult. I don't know for GenCon, really. I was looking at the list earlier, and I was like, well, there's some more games.
Yeah, I was looking.
Some more games.
I was looking at the 2 from this year and last year. There's 100 more games this year than there was last year released at Gen Con.
But they're all just for demo.
Yeah.
I'll probably just get Hava games. If Monster Laundry's there, I'll probably pick that up. That one looks really fun.
Which one?
Monster Laundry.
Monster Laundry.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to look that one up.
Can't see a lot.
Michael Mendez just texted me and he told me to tell if anybody's listening if they're interested in picking up copies of Gold West or Steamworks. They're two newer games. I hate it so much sometimes.
Yeah, Mike Mendez was trolling me today, so you can tell him. I'll type what you can tell him in the chat window.
Yeah. No, they will have Gold West and Steamworks, but they will be very limited in quantities. So if that's something.
I heard Joel Osment was going to be signing games in their booth this year. Is that true?
Possibly. Hold on.
So did anybody see that picture of Luna that he was holding up in the mirror?
Mm-mm.
And think it said ennui? It's like game just ennui popped into my head for some reason. I don't know why. It's Luna backwards.
Okay, so
Gamers ennui.
Here we go. I did a quick rundown of last year's preview list and used a little bit of my memory. So we talked about some of the games this year. Last year from Gen Con we had Doomtown Reloaded, Subdivision, Sheriff of Nottingham, Abyss, Cash and Guns 2, Black Fleet, Lords of Zitted, Imperial Settlers, Five Tribes, Shadows of Brimstone, Diamonds, Panamax, Hyperborea, Legendary Encounters, Sons of Anarchy, Sentinels Tactics, King of New York, Hare and the Tortoise, the U.S. release of Camel Up, Battle for Kimball's Cascade, Tragedy Looper, Dead of Winter, and Mice and Mystics expansion.
I think you forgot something, Keith. Something else got released.
Oh, and Heroes Wanted. There you go, sir.
I hear Joel loved it.
Joel loved it.
I still haven't played it.
There, bye.
How many games is that?
I don't know. That was a pile. I mean,
I haven't really been following Gen Con, but are they mostly demos?
I don't know. I looked at the list today, and I was seriously on page 4, and I was just like, eh.
That's about 24 games I just rattled off that were big draws, and that didn't even include Fantasy Flight. Because I can't remember what the hell they had last year.
They had all the yeah.
They always release a bunch of Star Wars junk, like X-Wing and stuff.
Yeah.
So I caught this out of the corner of my eye when I was scrolling through Twitter, and I said, he did not create a game called Ennui. It's just the first thing that popped in my head.
I think he's trying to say anal, but...
Yeah. I know that's not how you spell it, but it's what I thought it was kind of what some people are going through these days, I think.
But yeah, I mean, I've got my list of things I want this year. I don't know if they would be considered big releases, though.
Wait, Keith, you left off the list the thing you were dying to get last year. It was number 1 on your list last year.
That was 2 years ago.
Dead Panic was 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
Oh.
Last year was
I was watching people play that tonight.
And I played Dead Panic once and went, trade bin, gone. This year I've got Co's Names, Survive Space Attack, Mysterium, Discoveries, Tides of Time, Imperial Settlers, Atlanteans, Rattle Battle, Grab the Loot, Major Wars Academy. I've already got Ashes pre-ordered, Dead Drop I'd like to pick up, Animal Upon Animal, Crest Climbers, an insert from the Broken Token, and then Firefly Shiny Dice, and then picking up some Kickstarter stuff.
Oh, they're gonna have the goat one.
Yeah.
What?
The Animal Upon Animal.
I think.
Yes, the
Yeah.
Crest Climbers with
Well,
the
then I will
goat
get
and stuff.
that, and then if they have Monster Laundry, I will get that. And those are 2 games I'll
We're
definitely.
supposed to have that, yeah.
Well, that was
That-
a pretty good list there, Keith.
It's not very big though. I mean, it's pretty small. I've already
What
paid
about
for
code? You're not getting. Did you say code names?
That was the
Yeah.
first one,
Code
wasn't it?
Names. Yep, that's the first one.
All right.
Um,
How about Discoveries, Keith?
yeah, Discoveries was on there. I blew through it there. I did see there's some stuff preview again. Like Stonemaier's going to have Between Two Cities there to check out, but not for sale. I've already got that backed on Kickstarter. And they're running some play tests of Scythe and Subterfuge, and so I'm doing a play test of Subterfuge to check out that they're doing. What was the one I just shot right past?
Happy birthday, Rylan.
Oh, the Grizzled from Cool Mini or Not. They'll have a few of those they were talking about. So
Yeah,
I'll
I've
be
got them to
interested in
hold
that.
me one.
So I'm interested in that too. But
The game looks. I like the artwork in that game a lot.
the
Everybody?
thing I just heard about, hi Ryland.
Happy
Shush,
birthday to
okay.
your daughter.
No, she's gonna come on and say hi for a little bit. Everybody's on their best behavior.
Can we still
Yes.
take a happy birthday?
Kirkman's away and he's muted, so it's
Yeah,
good.
he's muted.
Well, away could mean many things right now.
Hi,
Hi
Hi,
Ryland.
Rylan. Happy birthday.
thanks.
Your birthday's today or was it yesterday?
Today.
Oh, okay. Mine was yesterday.
Did you have fun today, Rylan?
Yeah.
What'd you do for your birthday?
I went to see Mary Poppins.
That sounds like fun.
Was it good?
What'd they ask you?
I don't know. I didn't hear him.
Rylan, tell us a funny story about your dad.
I don't know.
Who do you think has a nicer ponytail, you or your dad?
Travis, you're a jerk. Because I just ended the campaign.
You just say it.
No, say it. Say just.
You say it.
It'll be funny if you say it. Say it.
You say it.
Travis, you're a jerk. This in Ninja Camp bag.
Well, you're a jerk for taking 9 weeks to send it back. So
Ryland, do you like Ninja Camp?
You broke this little girl's heart.
I'm gonna send it back right back to you right after the con. If you want, I'll give it to your dad on Sunday.
Okay.
Cool. I'm glad you liked it.
All right, tell everybody good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Happy
night.
birthday.
All right, I gotta set up her hammock. Hold on.
Joel,
Yes.
did you hear any update if Mistfall's going to be there?
I don't really know much about that game. I just saw somebody post something about it today or yesterday, and
Because they were going to have it for demos only, because I don't think they weren't 100% sure when it was going to hit shore, but
Yeah.
they got it in and shipped it out to the Kickstarter backers. So I sent the
Right.
email out to ask, but I haven't gotten a response. So
is
figured
this like the Pathfinder one?
this is like the co-op adventure game from NSPN.
Yeah, I haven't. I remember seeing this a while ago. I don't know. Looks good. I was thinking to myself the other day, I'm a little bit more excited all of a sudden for like the card games, like Ashes and Major Wars Academy and Versus. And I just had a hankering to play those head-to-head combat games. So
Have you played Versus yet, Joel? The new one?
no.
Nick
The
played
old one.
Nick played it at Origins, and I don't know if you know, my partner Nick used to play Versus. Like, he won like 50 grand playing that game.
What's his last name?
Little.
Nick Little. Yeah, sure. I don't know him, but I remember hearing the name.
Yeah, so he Nick is like the weirdest guy because he's like not a consumer of anything. Like he never like I'm completely convinced that if he could just walk around with like a sheet draped over his body, he would never buy another article of clothing ever again in his life. And as soon as they announced that this game was being released, he's like following it every day, and he was in this like moral dilemma the whole time. So Jason Brenner let him sit down and play it, and he said he liked some of the stuff, but he said that there was like definitely like a snowball kind of effect that he thinks is going to be a problem. Like there's like a critical mass that builds up, and it's pretty linear. Like he says in the few games that he played, it happened every time.
Mm-hmm.
And
the old one was kind of like that too, though.
Sure. I hate the graphic design on the new one. I think it looks really yucky. But I played the game for up until like the Fantastic Four set or whatever, where they introduced the Cosmic one. So like only the first couple sets. But I liked it. I mean, I think are they rebooting the Game of Thrones game card LCG at GenCon this year?
Yep.
Yeah, that one doesn't look too different. I couldn't honestly tell you the differences between the original first edition LCG and the
My
new
big
one.
difference is they get to sell it all to you again for tournaments.
Yes.
Yeah.
Weren't they just trying to streamline it a bit because there's so many, whatever the packs are?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's pretty intimidating to say, hey, do you want to get into this game that's got 14 years of expansion?
Yeah.
One pack per month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And a large box every quarter, I think, or something like that. It's pretty
I think I'm going to give it a try. I play Netrunner. Netrunner's like the only thing I kind of game recreationally on a regular basis. So
I enjoyed their Cthulhu game. Is it called Cthulhu? I can't remember the name of it.
Yep.
Yeah. Days of Cthulhu.
I played they sold the starter set as like a box version. And that was fun. I had fun with just that. It's two-player, but
Yeah, I think Game of Thrones is most similar to that than the other LCGs.
Is that Chris Kirkman's pager going off? What's going on?
That would be me.
That's your pager, Joel?
Yeah. That's my wife's pager.
Did your Tamagotchi just die? What was that noise?
oh my god. Oh man.
Yeah, but I could see myself playing a lot of those and not much else in terms of, free time gaming.
Did somebody mention Game of Thrones?
The card game, yeah.
No, nobody mentioned Game of Thrones.
No, I mean, did you see that they reported that
No. Who tracks before after airports are going and stuff? Who wants to know before the show happens?
Wait, I want to know
they
what
want
Lance
to
just
spoil
said.
it for themselves that badly.
Man bun. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
All I know is I knew how it ended, and I watched it, and it just cinematically, I was very underwhelmed. I was like, okay.
Oh, you want to?
That's the end of that.
Have any of you guys watched the movie Ex Machina?
Not yet.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, I loved it.
Yeah,
I was really underwhelmed by that movie, actually.
Oh man, no, I loved it.
You're like a shit golem. Do you know that? Like they just made this massive shit being out of you so that you can just walk around and smear feces on everything that every person loves.
So I don't know the name of that actor, but he was in a time travel movie, like one of those British all cast.
The guy with the red hair?
Yeah, the main.
He was in Black Mirror. Did you watch Black Mirror on Netflix?
No.
That is a really cool.
But he's in
show.
Star Wars too.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, he's in About Time was the name of the movie. It's actually really awesome.
About Time sounds like a movie that would have like Diane Keaton and Jack Nicholson, like a menopausal love story, like.
Yeah, it's a time travel
a little bit crazy, and she's a little bit sane. Like
Don Paul Gleason is his name. Really great.
Is Rachel McAdams in that?
Oh my God, she's in everything.
That's
Is anybody watching True Detective, the new season?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see this one, but yeah.
Don't you think Rachel McAdams is like the Samuel L. Jackson just for like marginally attractive white women? Like she's just like we need. I feel like her contract she just says I'll do it for $1, so she's in like everything. They're like, hey, Rachel McAdams.
I have been muted, and I have answered.
Hazing.
This is gonna do wonders for him tomorrow. I hope like the straight edge, hardline vegan Kickstarter backers are watching this shit.
Still ranting, that's great.
They're like, I noticed that none of the whales were Filipino in the.
He's still going.
He's hamming it out. You actually have to unmute yourself.
You were mentioning that weird Domhnall Gleeson guy or whatever. That's that's Brendan Gleeson's son.
That's Bill Weasley.
Yeah, Bill Weasley from Harry Potter. But yeah, that's Brendan Gleeson's son.
None of you guys watch Black Mirror?
No, what is that?
No, we don't watch Black Smear or whatever it is you're talking about.
Black Mirror is a BBC. It's like a British
oh, it's British, so it must be good. It's like Doctor Who.
Black Mirror.
Black Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror. Black Mirror.
Yeah, I have watched it. I have watched it. Sorry, I didn't understand what you're saying.
Black Mirror. Sorry, Black Mirror.
Take the marbles out of your mouth, and maybe we can hear what you're saying.
Black Mirror.
I don't know, man. Lance, I love you. I love you everywhere but on the show. But there are times where if I could hit a button.
I'm going to unmute myself to just simply go like.
We should do an entire show in pantomime.
Oh no!
Okay, nobody touches the mute buttons anymore. Jeez, a bunch of 10-year-olds.
Scott? What did you think of Black Mirror?
Hit or miss. Some of them were really good, and some were like really lame.
You know what? You know what I heard is really good though? Black Mirror. Black Mirror is a really good show.
I like the
premise of it?
Riding the bike for money. That was really cool.
Yeah, that
was my favorite one.
That was the most far out.
Go ahead. I often considered maybe if we if we like did an Alaboom in person, but I think we'd end up punching each other.
The only way you could mute somebody is you punch them in the fucking ear.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. I'm sorry. The effing ear. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Was that the ear or the mirror?
Yeah, either one. Doesn't matter.
Hey, Kirkman, just I'm gonna turn my camera on real quick.
Anthony, you're being awful lippy for a guy who just got grounded for 2 weeks.
See
Can you ever go to
hey,
GenCon?
see that little girl watching TV? She can hear
If you're
you.
gonna talk down to me, please go get your balls back from the other room first. I think Barry's got more spine than you do right now.
That's the hammock. If you were wondering if the hammock is still in existence, but yes, the house hammock is still there.
As far as I'm concerned, your house is just a bunch of board games in the background. Every time you show us, there's just like a mile high of them.
I normally I had like actual shelving over there that was like really crummy, like shelving that I just had like as I grew up, and my wife basically, it was all particle board crap, and my wife just ditched it all. I mean, she smashed it, ripped it up, threw it away, and then so basically all the board games that were in there have been moved out and shoved this way, and now she's building me actually like really nice shelves. So they're gonna have like cupboards and like doors on them and everything. It's gonna be pretty amazing.
What do you guys use?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
You're going to use them for game storage?
Yes.
Do they have the depth to kind of one size fits all type situation?
Well, I'll ask Rhiannon about that, but
Whoa.
But my understanding is
pay attention to what you say.
Just like the shelving that my wife's making is just like you, Rhiannon. One size fits all.
That is not accurate at all, my friend.
Apparently.
I have a very particular fit.
If I had a nickel.
For a pickle tickle?
Is that Rhiannon? I thought you said you used the expression boot cut to describe yourself.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
Anyway.
You think Chris Kirkman is just like drawing Confederate flags with markers while he's talking to us?
Oh my god.
He's got a giant one on as a back tattoo.
I do. It's on my back. It's fine.
It says heritage.
It says and it says sort of like try burning this one underneath or something like that. I don't know.
You racist mother, whatever. But it's
mother whalers.
I remember, one of the, I don't think you should bag on other people's tattoos because whatever, if you're gonna get a tattoo, it means something to you. But I do remember as I was getting a tattoo done, this guy coming in and my tattoo artist kind of looked over and he's like, hey, you told me to come back in here and check on my tattoo to see if it was healing okay. He's like, oh yeah, come on in, and then the guy, and he pulled up his shirt and on his back, like literally like square in his back, giant, the Bacardi bat tattoo. I mean, like literally like this big around. It was just, and I was sitting there, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And he's like, oh no, it looks like it's healing really well. And he left, and I was like, is that the Bacardi bat? He's like, yep. I was just like, that's a good choice.
Funnier if the artist said, no, it's Batman.
I had a friend who got a Star Wars mural on his back, and he goes, "What do you think, dude?" And I go, "A mistake it was." Giant ass Yoda on his shoulder.
Oh, so now you're hating on the whatever everybody else think is cool. That's cool though. That's nice. You're a good human being. A prince among men. That's what you are.
All right, Jim Hacksaw Duggan, you need to take it down a notch.
Jim Hacksaw Duggan never had a beard, so know your wrestlers. Though I did think he was quite the good wrestler. Though I didn't like it when they sent him in with the fake 2x4 that would always like break, and it was like obvious he wasn't smashing that over somebody's head. So
I don't know if you know this, Anthony. Did you know this? But those 2x4s were actually real.
Did you just say Hacksaw Jim Duggan never had a beard?
Yeah,
well, not like a big beard. He would have a.
So, Lance, I don't know what your NDA says, but are you allowed to tell us what you're going to be doing in the third season of Amish Mafia?
I wish. I actually have a life then, right? You know the best storyline Hacksaw Jim Duggan ever had was he found the old World Championship Wrestling TV Championship title in a garbage can because they had thrown it away, and then he proclaimed himself the champion, and he had been demoted to be the janitor, and so then he would but he would defend the title every week on Saturday Night Main Event. It was pretty fun.
I don't know that any sentence ever has been started with the best Jim Hacksaw Duggan storyline ever, comma.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna back up Lance on this because
well, it must be good then.
Well, I'm Southern, so
really,
you know you're wrestling.
Oh, really?
Who told?
Anyway, what I'm saying is we love our wrestlers, so yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
You're Southern? I thought you just had a wet sweat sock in your mouth.
We're what? God damn!
Can't wait to watch him throw down at GenCon.
What do you got? Anyway,
we'll have to figure out where our booth is first.
Yeah, no. Hacksaw was always. I mean, he was always just what is it? Just totally the. He always. I remember he. Did he ever turn heel, or was he always a good guy? I'm almost positive he never turned heel.
No, ever. No, never.
Because he was always like he always had the American flag in one hand and that 2x4 in the other.
Yeah, of course.
Good stuff. Nobody cares about wrestling like we do.
I just went to an NXT thing and it was really fun. It was so great.
Yeah, I saw you dressed up all saucy.
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 But it was fun.
Is this the thing we were talking about the other day, Rhiannon, with like the heavy makeup look in Florida and how it makes like no sense? It's like an act of defiance in the face of God and technology.
I was wearing purple fishnets. That was my sauciness.
No, you looked fine. I'm talking about that weird that phenomenon in Florida.
Oh yeah, because you gotta take it on, dude. It's 1,000,000 degrees here. Just like that was why I don't wear it.
My sisters do that shit, and it looks ridiculous.
First, I have to put on my foundation, and then my anti-glow, and then my anti-sweat, and then my cake on, and it's just too much stuff. Too much work.
I think Chris put on a hat backward as some sort of weird threat toward me.
I think it was supposed to be wrestling. I'm not sure. No, it's all of a sudden like the Royal Rumble trash talk pre-show thing.
Chris, I don't know that people are going to want to give you money and allow you to handle it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, hold on.
And hey, while you're doing that, why don't you go thumb some Ninja Camp pictures, buddy?
Rhiannon, stop by the booth at the BGG booth on Friday or Thursday, and I'll give you some swag to give away.
Swag. Sweet. Thank you, sir.
Is that better?
I might have some Japanese games. I'll have to look at. I'm going down to the store this week.
Can I stop by your booth too?
No.
Is that better? Give me money?
Well, I don't know about that team, but...
No? Oh, shut up. Ah! Anyway. Please? Money?
So since you guys are talking wrestling, are you going to pick up the new WWE Superstar Showdown game?
Yes.
I think Gale Force 9 makes pretty decent little games.
Yeah. I agree.
I
Really
like
do.
Spartacus. I really did like
Spartacus too. I played Firefly at BGG Fam, and it was great.
That's the only one I wasn't too fond of, but I
we played with an expansion, so
yeah, I heard
apparently
the
guy
first
said-
expansion like solves all the sort of like solitaire issues.
Yeah, the guy said it was it added a lot of action. I have no idea about the show. I've not seen it, so they say it's. If you're a fan of the show, you should play that game.
Firefly is amazing, and if you don't own the Firefly game from Gale Force 9, you need to. It's amazing. So good.
I enjoyed it without knowing the show. So.
I didn't get into the show, unfortunately. I'm not saying that to be like cool that I did. My wife and I. She's like,
Firefly hipster.
No. My partner, it's like he loves Joss Whedon. He has a friggin' Sarah Michelle Gellar cutout in his hallway that scares the crap out of me half the time when I go over there to use the bathroom because I always forget about it. And he loves him. And so he was like, hey, you want to borrow the first season or whatever, or the season, rather. And I watched it, and I was just like, it's too heavy-handed. It just wasn't for me. My wife loved it, though. She really loved it. But, I mean, I think the concept is cool. Science fiction's my genre.
Screw Joss.
Did he just freeze?
Wow.
Joss Whedon just
Joss Whedon just
Like, acted of Joss Whedon was that powerful.
wow, that's scary.
He's
So
going
you're
to
just
freeze in
sitting
5
there,
minutes.
Do you
I'll
think
freeze in 5 minutes and go.
or wailing?
You okay?
I think he had a stroke.
Chrissy, you okay, darling?
Oh.
Anthony, when my wife gets mad at me, she just does this thing where she opens the door really loud and then she just stares at me for a really, really long time. And then whenever I concede to her that I'm going to like chill out, then she just stares for like maybe another 2 minutes and then she leaves. So
No, I don't get that. I just get the you're really loud. Shut up.
I like how you checked to see if she was behind you.
Hey, it shows he's smart.
They can sneak up behind you.
Oh crap!
I got a what for this morning because my sister-in-law is visiting, and my wife was like, "All right, we're going to the library where the kids can play instruments with adults." I'm like, "Okay, well, how you're phrasing this automatically just sounds very odd to me." Like, and she's like, "No, they sing kids songs and the little kids get to like bang on tambourines and crap." I'm like, "Okay, cool. I've slept 7 hours in 3 days. This sounds great." So I said I wasn't going to go, and then I got the look I was just telling Anthony about, this long look, and then she just like goes upstairs and like makes really heavy footfalls, and that means I'm supposed to follow her upstairs and apologize. But then we took my 1-year-old to a splash pad, and that was pretty cute. You guys, do they have splash pads in your towns? All it is just like a bunch of plumbing with holes in weird places. That's all it is. It's like a bunch of tubes spraying crap everywhere. She didn't get it because she's a year old, so it kind of sucked, but it was cute. She got to run around in the water for a little bit. All right, someone make fun of me for saying that.
Why would I make fun of you, my friend?
Oh, am I? No, we're not friends when we're on here. We're only friends. We're like friends behind the scene. I'm more friends with Joel than I am with you when we're on here.
Joel's still muted.
You can see me smile.
You're muted, Joel.
You know what movie I rewatched recently that is so funny is Burn After Reading. I just like randomly, I had that DVD and I put it DVD and I watched it a couple weeks ago. That part where Brad Pitt gets shot in the head, like,
oh yeah,
it's like one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Has anybody seen Ant-Man? Did you guys talk about Ant-Man yet?
No,
I haven't seen it yet, so no spoilers, you jerk.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
What was the big reveal at the end of the?
After the credits?
Yeah.
No
We didn't actually land on
spoilers.
the moon.
You
A
jerk.
double credit stinger, right?
I don't.
Wait.
Was there a double credit? I thought it was a single credit.
No, there's a double.
Double credit.
God damn it! I gotta YouTube it.
I had to go back to the movies.
All right, everyone cover their ears. I'll tell Joel what it is.
No, I'll just
No,
Google. I'll just
no.
YouTube it.
Are you guys? Have you seen did you see this thing, Tim Norris? I have Tim Norris is like enraged by how Apocalypse looks in the X-Men movie that's coming out this year.
As he should be. I haven't seen it.
But did you see that funny thing where it's like the meme where it's just like the Power Rangers villain, like Archangel and Apocalypse spoiled?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
boy.
pretty bad. I mean, if they can do Thanos that as good as they did Thanos, I mean, Apocalypse is pretty much the same.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, the guy shouldn't have a big capital A on his belt buckle. That's pretty lame. Like, it's pretty
Yeah.
Wait, is Apocalypse in the Fox movies?
X-Men's Fox, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I thought X-Men was.
That's why it looks like crap, because it's the Fox movies.
Yeah.
I like the last couple X-Men movies.
Sony's got Spider-Man.
Well, not the last couple. Well, no, yeah, First Class and then the Days of Future Past. They were fine.
Yeah, I haven't seen Days of Future. First Class was good. I like that.
There was like some parts in Days of Future Past that were very suspect, like when Wolverine like mentally time travels. There's like a wah-wah pedal, and that's supposed to denote that he's in the 70s. So it's like he wakes up and he's on a waterbed, and it's like, and that was pretty ridiculous. Tim is very upset. We got into a giant argument about Apocalypse, and then I challenged him to make a better special effects job, and he said he's going to be working on it. So if he shows up at my booth and lumbers in there, all 6'9" of him or whatever, and he just beats my ass in a tank top with no sleeves.
Who's more upset, Tim about Apocalypse or Lance about anything, really? But
Oh,
Game of Thrones.
you try to play me off as this big grouch, and I'm just, I mean, whatever. I call things as I see them, and when something's shit, I call it for being shit.
Yeah, but Lance, it's not fair because since you're omniscient and you have the perspective of a god and you can see through all veils, it's not fair.
Thank you.
That you dwarf our, mundane little brains when we're just trying to enjoy things like Survivor and Pez. It's not
Well,
fair.
I'm glad somebody finally understands, but
Lance, are you reading a scroll right now to prove how fancy you are? What's going
no,
on?
I'm reading rules to a game because it's more interesting than you.
All right, Well, I mean, does it really matter that you're reading them? You're going to get them like horribly wrong either way. So.
Oh, God, I hate you.
So here's a thought. Since the GenCon crop seems to be so lackluster, can we have Eric just post the Essen Geek list tomorrow?
What's happening this year? What's the big releases for Essen?
Everything that's not releasing at Gen Con.
I don't really know. I was just thinking about it the other day, and I was like,
Seen the list yet?
Yeah.
I think, I mean, the market is just horribly oversaturated, so I'm sure some of these things are production issues. Everyone insists on using Panda, so they have like an 85-day production schedule, so...
The market's oversaturated, so let's keep making games.
That's right.
As long as people can make money.
Wait, when did Chris leave? Is Chris okay?
His computer froze up or something.
Joss Whedon punched him, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He gave him a throat punch and sent him on his way.
I wish I was like a hacker so I could make a fake Kickstarter page and he'd like log on tomorrow and he's only got like three backers. It's like they're all at $1. He's like, what the hell? The game does look good. You've played it, Keith? You've played it?
Yep, I have. I really, really like it. I mean, a lot. It's a light to medium worker placement game, so it's not the heaviest game in the world, but it plays really snappy, and I really think it's kind of cool. I like the way you build buildings in it, and when you build buildings that go to your side of town, anybody can use them, but they got to pay you to use your building. Then there's the central buildings that are free for all, and I kind of like that. I like being able to build up your thing. New Bedford. New Bedford.
So like a water.
So they stole the thing from Belfort then, but having to pay you to use the buildings and stuff.
You mean the thing from Kalis?
Watergate.
Yeah. There's a lot of games that use
Don't you
that,
dare one-up me here. This isn't Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers.
But you actually physically build it in your side of town. So that's kind of cool. And there's actually a strategy where you can try to play and not even go out whaling and just do it from town building alone.
It's like you could go whaling and just like totally not like destroy the environment or make like a sort of benevolent species extinct for no good reason.
But if you don't, you're still reliant on those that do go whale.
You do, and you still can auction for whales to get whale oil and stuff during the auction, so you can still get some without even sending.
I just like saying whale. That was a good song from John Spencer's Blues Explosion, the song Whale.
Ooh, that's one of my favorite bands.
Oh, God. Now that you just ruined them for me.
Now Lance hates them.
Yeah.
Even though we've kind of said Gen Con's kind of weak this year, what's the one game you look most forward to from Gen Con?
Anything I play with my really good friends. That I'm gonna see there.
So nothing then, right, Lance?
Oh, I consider you one of my really good friends, Anthony. That's all that matters.
We're gonna play a game that's not an actual board game. We're gonna play the make fun of people in the Jailer Hall game.
Oh God, I can't wait to play that. And I'm not even joking. I just want to sit there and talk about and just be like all up in. Oh gosh. And my wife will join us too, and she won't even know anybody, but she'll just be more than willing to just. She loves judging. Get on the little judging pit and oh look at that guy or yeah.
I'm kind of afraid to meet
people outside in there. What?
I'm kind of
my wife is wonderful and like yeah she'll like I said you guys will love her because as soon as she feels even slightly comfortable around you, she will trash on me for laughs and do it constantly.
Can I ask you a question? Is she still mad because my check bounced for the whole webcam thing? Because I thought I sorted it out after a couple days.
I don't know where you're going with that. I think she showed up on a webcam for money, doing something disgusting to herself. Is that she's not going where here?
Yeah. Well, the real joke was that I used a check.
Oh, okay.
Antiquated payment.
Yeah. Just like that joke, antiquated.
I
What is going on?
Everybody.
I'm on.
Yeah, everybody's trying to class it up for Joel, I guess.
Jeez.
No. I mean, last week we had Richard Hamm on. Joel's like, he's pretty big, but he's no Richard Hamm.
That's true.
Richard showed off his new table today. That was pretty cool.
Richard was using cuss words and
His
all
new
kinds of stuff.
table. What do you mean his new table?
He got a new table. He got rid of that glass table and got a gaming table.
From where?
Oh, crap.
Some guys in Norway.
Or something.
Yeah, some guys in Europe.
Sanford and Son. Table.
Yeah, it's like Goodenson's. Geek and Son.
See, I don't even know what his clear table is. I mean, I probably have never watched many, if any, of his videos, so I don't know. I'm sure there. I mean,
videos.
I don't have time.
That's because you're cranking them out.
Oh, not really, but I don't have time. No. Well, good for him. And yeah, he classed up. Actually, like I said, he drives me crazy. He winds me up better than Travis. So he's just yeah, it's not his fault though.
Did you see what Chris Peach just said?
Yeah, he's bagging on Joel pretty hard.
It's because he doesn't like Joel because of the Sentinel's tactics thing. He's just like, this guy's never going to let this go. He's doing to Joel what Joel did to me about Heroes Wanted, about Sentinel. It's like the same vicious cycle. It just never ends.
What is
I talked about it for like 3 seconds and then let it go.
I was going to make like an Al-Qaeda threat video where like I just reviewed your reviews.
Oh, that would go over really well. I mean, because people are really understanding for quasi-terrorism right now. Like those morons who in the HR department that tried to do a fake. I mean, what in Lord's name were they thinking? It was just like, craziness. No idea. I mean, it's like they lost their minds and like, this seems like a good idea. We'll pretend to behead one of our one of the people that we hang out with, and then that'll go over real well, I'm sure. So, but whatever, just nuts.
Suicide Squad trailer and the reaction, like somebody leaked it at Comic-Con, and then they spent resources trying to stop the piracy or something. Like they had to use their anti-piracy department to stop the trailer from being spread, and it's like, guys, this is free publicity.
It's a commercial, jackass.
Release the trailer in HD on YouTube, and you're done. You basically are accusing all your fans of being like pirates.
I think actually,
Who runs that company?
I'm the conspiracy theorist on that one that tells me that like they know that's leaked, and then they say, oh, we need to stop it. It just promotes it, and then they finally just say, you know what? Here it is. Here's our HD, because they released it like a day later, and it got a gajillion more views for that, and
Did you see the tweet or whatever, the press release?
No, what did it say?
Let me see if I can find it. It's stupid.
The one thing I'm curious about Suicide Squad is I'm wondering if the scene that you actually see, you see a Batman like clinging on top of the Joker's car or Harley's car, and my question is it going to be actually Batman, or is it going to be like
Ben Affleck is cast in the movie.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, or is it just gonna be like a weird fake Batman plot or something? I don't know.
It looked like a fake. Wasn't there like a fake Batman mask?
It would be cool. It would be cool if they actually, had Batman in because that's what they need to do. I mean, honestly, if DC wants to have their movies get popular and get interesting, they have to do cross promotion in the
That's the plan. That's their plan, moving forward from Man of Steel and Justice League, and they're starting to sort of unravel their Marvel.
Well, gosh, I mean, get Ryan Reynolds and Green Lantern out there. Let's put him in a few more.
Yeah.
God.
All right, so check this out. This is the president of Worldwide Marketing International Distribution of Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers Pictures and our anti-piracy team have worked tirelessly over the last 48 hours to contain the Suicide Squad footage that was pirated from Hall H on Saturday. What? We have been unable to achieve that goal. No crap. I'm sorry, I'm interjecting, by the way. Today we will release the same footage that has been illegally circulating on the web in the form it was created and high quality with which it was intended to be enjoyed. We regret this decision, as it was our intention to keep the footage as a unique experience for the Comic-Con crowd, but we cannot continue to allow the film to be represented by the core quality of the pirated footage stolen from our presentation. Like, how out of touch is that person with reality?
No, that's all. That's all.
You
That's
think that's all
blank.
fake?
That's all fake.
What
That's
about
like-
all the
that's-
No, I think it's
because there's no
No
way. There's no way that they're gonna show that to like that many people. And then they say this footage is only gonna be shown here at Comic-Con. Just blah blah blah. Please don't do this. It's like you guys are gonna get to see this early. Yeah, we get to see it early. Oh, big crowd. Yay, woo! And then like every one of you has a cell phone. So, it's just like,
Right.
somebody was going to record it, somebody was going to then post it on the internet, and then they sit back, let that thing gather up some hits, maybe they report it to YouTube like a few times, but they make sure that it's still out there and get shared or whatever, and then after 48 hours they can say, it isn't our fault we're going to release this to, in HD to everybody, so sorry Comic-Con people that we had to do that, but if it wasn't for those jerks that pirated it, those jerks, and then it's all just PR. I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of their own people that did it and then posted it themselves.
The fake outrage was planned all along. That's what you're saying.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm definitely more interested in Suicide Squad than Batman vs Superman, and
I'm interested because either it'll be excellent or it'll be an amazing train wreck.
yeah.
In both realms, it will be interesting. And I think there's actually a possibility that it'll be a good movie. Not like Green Lantern, where you saw the commercial and you're like, this is going to be horrible. You saw it and there was like, there is no way they're going to make a good movie out of this. And so you didn't even want to see it because you knew it was just going to be a train wreck.
But
and
the thing
I think
is,
this one,
I don't know. If it's rated PG-13, I feel like it's going to suck. If it's rated R, I think it might be good. That's going to be my...
There's no superhero movie going to be rated R ever again.
Deadpool.
The reason
Deadpool's definitely rated R.
Do they have the F word? If they say the F word twice, it's rated R. If it's once, it's not rated R.
No, Deadpool's definitely rated R.
You can have as
The new
much violence as you want.
The new James Bond trailer looks pretty awesome.
Yep.
We're rated R tonight.
The last couple of kind of board...
Right, Lance.
What was that, Travis?
Nothing.
No, say it. If you're gonna be a tough guy, say it. Don't hide behind the internet.
You're a
Don't
pacifist.
go ahead and say anything.
Aren't you like a half Apache pacifist and a patchifist?
Yeah, sure. What did you say, funny guy?
I didn't say anything. Anthony and I were talking earlier in the week about how James Bond it's not real and it's disappointing.
Well, no, if it's a movie, therefore it isn't real. I hate to break it to you, but
actually a book.
the moving pictures,
It's not
that
actually a movie.
isn't actually happening.
It's not actually a movie.
Oh, it isn't a movie?
No, the KGB implanted those visions in your head.
Oh,
You're just watching a blank screen.
MK Ultra? Is this some MK Ultra type situation?
No.
This happened back in the '60s in Fargo, downtown Fargo.
Oh. Anthony, can you just talk as Al Pacino for a while about something? I need a break.
Oh, he'll be divorced in the morning if he does that.
Yeah, you want me to get in trouble? I know. What you want?
Al Pacino, talk to me about being married and the trials and tribulations.
Oh, you really want to get me in trouble?
The best part is like
Al Pacino, talk to me about your first wife.
Lance.
What?
You really want to get me in trouble? I have a special impression for you for GenCon. we're going to sing songs to people at the convention. So you have to wait.
Hey, my father said marriage is a wonderful institution. I think everybody should try it about 3 or 4 times. So He's
I'm on number 2, so.
he's only on number 3, and I think number 3 is gonna stick. He's been married to her for a long time, so.
Wait, who's number
But,
2? Anthony, this is your second marriage?
Second one.
I have to be, and this is like, no, I'm not messing with you when I say this. Well, I saw your thing, it said, and I clicked on it to say happy birthday, and it was a picture of you with your wife, and the first thing I thought was, man, his daughter looks nothing like him. She looks noticeably younger than you, my friend. Good job.
Well, I was definitely gonna say, yeah, you definitely outkicked your coverage. So.
I don't know what's going on. You have a great personality.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, yeah, Gen Con will be... See, that's the thing. The Gen Con, I'm just looking forward to actually just being there more than actually anything else. I think it's just going to be a blast.
Yep.
The whole process I'm actually looking forward to. The whole process of getting, packing, get on the flight. Even though I hate flying, absolutely hate flying. I hate every part of it. But then like getting there and the whole process and like that first moment when you like walk in and everything like that, check out everything. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun.
So they don't limit attendance, right?
Nope.
How many people you guys think coming?
65.
70. I was gonna say.
I'm gonna go 72.
I'm gonna go 69.
69.
Last
Let me
year
look
was
at last
58,
year's number
right?
to get
Overrated.
Last year was 58, right?
56.
I thought it was more than that.
I don't know. I thought it was 58.
I think it was 56. We get all these emails as an exhibitor.
Last year was 56.6.
Yep.
I'm saying 60.
So I'm putting it at
72.
62.
I say 60.
No, it's gonna hit 70. You heard it here first.
Jump, man.
Yeah.
I'll go 65.
It's gonna be I think it's gonna be one of those weird things where this is like the beginning of the storm. I think.
The end.
Yeah, the beginning of the end, the beginning of the end or whatever. So it'll be interesting.
So it went up by 7,000 from the previous year. 76.
Yep. And now it'll go up by 4. Now we'll double that and go up by 14, and we're gonna hit 70,000.
It's a little bigger percentage growth than what they've had for the past several years, but about the most they've had in a given year is about 20%. But
That's
that's
50%.
plenty.
Do you guys think the rate of the growth will hurt it eventually?
Did you just say use guys?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm from Philly. What the
Barry
fuck?
says that all the time.
You've never heard him say that? He says it all the time.
Man,
I
he's a
just
gangster.
maybe it just blinked on for me this time. Use guys. 2 Utes.
What was the
I
question?
don't think it'll hurt it. It'll just plateau. It won't grow. It'll just hit a peak.
That's
and
what I keep
probably hang out.
telling my wife, and she doesn't listen to me.
It might drop when enough people get annoyed and they can't find a place to stay. But
Yeah, that's exactly what happened with San Diego Comic-Con.
and they capped it though.
Well, yeah, I mean they're probably going to have to do something like that.
But the thing is, you can find a place to stay. You just can't stay right across the street. You can stay
You can
10
stay
miles
20
away.
30 minutes away.
Yeah.
We were.
I live here. Every place in Indianapolis, no matter if you go from the furthest place away is like 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not far. I mean, I live way on the northeast side of town in the suburbs, and it's like 20 minutes to get downtown. So, yeah.
Yeah, it takes like 20 minutes from the airport with no traffic.
Yeah, if you want to be in the thick of it, sure. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but
half the Gen Con is hanging out at the hotels, though.
The convention center, because of Gen Con, they actually like annexed more of what was part of the Lucas Oil Stadium portion, so that they had more space.
Right.
This was like
That was a deal they made with Gen Con, right?
Yeah, they're planning to move more into Lucas Oil over the next few years. So,
I think next year the Fantasy Flight booth is actually just Lucas Oil.
Lucas Oil.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the Gen Con stuff is all the after-hours stuff, right? I mean, the dealer hall's only open from 10 to 6, right?
Yeah.
8 hours.
Events run pretty late. I mean,
But
events
all the
run till
events and
10,
all the
11
hotels,
p.m.
right? And then you're going to be looking at driving a half an hour
Right.
to go
And-
back to your hotel, which sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to be driving back, and I lucked
If you
into
don't care about
downtown.
that kind of stuff, then it'll grow endlessly. But I don't think people go to Gen Con just to like spend 8 hours in the dealer hall.
I mean,
Right. But Comic Con's the same kind of thing, though. I think people go for the after-hour stuff there.
And a lot of the
Events, I don't know what
not board gamers kind of have a
is going
different
on
Gen
after
Con.
hours. What goes on after hours at Comic Con? Just like panels and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's
People just hang
parties
out.
and all
Parties.
kinds of stuff and like showings. I mean, I went in two years in a row in the early '90s, and you go to like it's a lot different now, but you would go to like artists and writers events, and you know that was the only time I could ever watch anime films, just because where I lived in suburbia, you didn't see them. You had to drive into LA to some creepy shop to find animes and stuff, and you could go there and watch them and just everything like that. So I think that's just extrapolated nowadays, even though it's all like Hollywood.
I only went to San Diego Comic-Con once, and I went with a friend of mine who had a booth there, and she's like pretty big in her world, and I got to go to some pretty neat things, but I don't feel like it's as much of a zoo as Gen Con. I mean, Gen Con is like, I'm from here, and I've been going to Gen Con for years, and most of the time it's like we meet up, we go, and we just go play in a hall somewhere and go and play games. I mean, which we could realistically do normally, but there's like an impetus to do it more because it's Gen Con. So, I mean, when I think of Gen Con, I think of being in the dealer hall and doing that like awful, I'm being like, you know, oh brother, where art thou? My ankles are chained together, shuffle to get where I move like 20 feet every 3 hours.
Yeah,
I enjoy it, but when you're in there and you're just repeating the same pitch for the entire day, like often you just kind of want to go home. And it's a weird thing too. It's a weird thing to live here.
Working and attending are two different things.
Yeah.
Like
But it's also weird to live here because you guys that are coming from out of town, or sorry, yous guys that are coming from out of town are here. What was that? A new vapor cigarette you just held up?
No, it was the finger. This one.
It's weird to live here because you guys are here. It's like a holiday. You're like in this sort of mindset. I've got to like go home, and put the trash out. Last year, one of my neighbors, I didn't mow my yard that week. Someone left a note on my door from the homeowners association. They're like, your yard is an embarrassment. So I had to like get up and mow the yard before I left one morning at like 7 a.m. So it's not like the same thing when you live here, Which I'm sure maybe, I don't know if that's how it is for you, Scott, with BGG-Con being in your backyard.
I stay at the hotel, so it's sort of like an escape from reality of being home.
Well, then I guess I'm alone.
I mean, right? If I was commuting back and forth to the house every day, it would take. Yeah, I mean, it's just like any other day. So, but I stay at the hotel, so.
Are you guys ever going to move BGG-Con?
I won't say never, but it's unlikely.
God, I hate that airport.
We have 4 trucks to move all the stuff every year. So how do I move that across the country?
With 4 trucks.
No, I don't mean leave Dallas. I just mean leave that venue.
Oh yeah, who knows? There's a better venue nearby that I wouldn't mind to go to, but it's a different price point.
Can we just have it in your hangar?
I hate that place so much.
Jeff put a plane in the hangar, so why do you hate? I've been to so many airports, and I think DFW is one of the best ones.
It's just a bitch, man. Like, you
had a negative problem with the GPS, right?
Well, that's driving in Dallas, period, right?
Okay.
Like you're driving in Dallas is your phone keeps going off Amber Alert because a kid has been abducted like every 25 minutes.
Isn't that the whole country?
And I don't get. I might get an Amber Alert like once every 2 years here. Like I seriously got like 2 the last time I was in.
Well, we had the flash flood warnings go off at BGG Fam, and it was the entire hall was filled with the brat alert
Yeah,
an
yeah.
hour.
I like Dallas. I honestly, if Nick, my best friend lives in Dallas. If my partner was amenable to moving there, I would move there. I like it quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, Plaid Hat just moved here. They moved
Okay, I don't
here.
want to move there now.
What's up?
Just kidding. No, I like Dallas. I think it's nice. It is nice. I just hate
It's
that
fairly
hotel.
expensive comparatively. Yeah.
It's such a pain in the ass to get in and out of. So like, you really are sort of beholden to. It's like you can stay in the hotel and set your money on fire, or you can stay outside for cheaper, and your GPS will be confused the entire time,
Right.
and you have to go through the labyrinthine process of getting in there, and then you like get in your car and you're like, shit, I forgot to get validated, and you have to go back. It's a.
Oh yeah, that is a pain.
And that buffet is
Believe me,
terrible.
it was the thing we needed at the time. When we grew beyond 1,400 or 1,200, we went to that hotel and it was just like the stars aligned, right? And
You give me a hard 8 shuttle, I've got nothing bad to
You
say.
think? Look how Rhiannon's laying right now. Do you think she's looking at pictures of Jason Priestley right now?
Jason Priestley. Oh, I used to have the biggest crush on him.
If you can find it, Jason Priestley was in a movie called Cold Blooded when he played a hitman, and it is a great movie. But
Who was the other guy?
But it is, and Peter Riegert plays his hitman, what's something like teacher or whatever.
Mentor.
So if you can mentor, thank you. If you can track that movie down, I don't think it ever was on DVD. But yeah, that is a great movie.
I want to find it just so I can tell you I hate it.
That's fine, you can. But I remember when I worked as at a video store, and I would just be like, oh, let's just watch whatever. And I remember I happened to find this movie, and I put it in, and I was like, this is actually really, really good. And yeah, it was cold-blooded. One word. It is not 2 words.
So Anthony, were you in your younger days? Were you into pranking people a lot?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Well, I mean, like young adult, even high school,
Yeah.
college.
Yes.
You strike me as that type of guy. Whenever Lance was talking about working, like my best friend used to work in a video store, and I was a pizza delivery guy, and I switched locations. And the first day I go to work, this like weird older man just goes, "Want to see something cool?" And so I follow him out into the back, and he just jumps into a dumpster, like dives in head first into the dumpster, and he just hands me all these photos. And what it is there's a photo place next door, and they just throw away all the crappy photos, like all the like the ones where people's eyes are closed or that are super unflattering. And there's just like hundreds of these things. So he gives me all these. These photos, or I just take all these photos, and I take them to my buddy who's a manager of this video store, and they had the shady adult section that has like the saloon doors. Why is that the door style they choose for whatever?
I will tell you why. You want to know why?
Yes.
You want to know why? Because I worked in a video store for a good year, and our adult section also had the little saloon doors. It's because you have to have a something that prevents people from just looking back there and seeing what's back there, but also you don't ever put any like grease or anything on the saloon door, so that it squeaks horribly. So you know when somebody goes back there, because people would try to steal those movies. We caught more people shoplifting those than anything else, just because they didn't want to go through the like embarrassment of like renting whatever, She Demon 3 or whatever, it just, and that's so you made it. And if the place is busy and you don't, and kids like 17, 16-year-old kids would go back there and try to steal them all the time. And yeah, it was that's why we had the weird thing. And you always put it in the area of the store, at least this chain that I worked at. They put it like in like the classic section where nobody ever goes. Nobody's ever like, oh, I need that 1953 movie with whatever. Nobody ever goes and looks in that section. Those movies are like 40 cents to rent. They cost nothing. So nobody if someone's back there, you knew what they were back there to snag, which, whatever.
Well, so my I come in and I show my buddy all these like really funny pictures. Like there was just like this old man just holding different vacuum cleaner attachments. Like so there was just like no context, so it was just odd. And so there's all these really bad like elementary school kid pictures, like their class pictures. And my buddy just goes, watch this shit. And he flips the pictures over and he starts writing fake phone numbers on them. And he takes them and he sandwiches them between the actual video that you would rent and then the case. So, and then he's watching guys go into the adult section and they pick the movie up and there's just a picture of a kid. And you just see them put the video down and like walk out backward. Like the SWAT team just like jumped out from behind a case. It was so funny. It was such a ridiculous prank.
Must have to be there, huh?
I found Cold Blooded. P.S. You can get it from Amazon.
Oh,
Yeah, VHS tape. VHS tape.
And you could get yourself a little DVD converter. Easy peasy. Bob's your uncle. No problem.
Cosmo's planning to get his life in order. He just has to kill a few people first.
Is it Robert Loggia in that movie?
Robert Loggia is in that movie.
Oh, he's in that movie with a young Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox is in that movie for about 5 minutes. I mean, spoiler alert for...
And Janine Garofalo.
Janine Garofalo plays the prostitute that is friends with Cosmo. He goes... Cosmo, Jason Priestley, he meets this girl because he's having trouble processing the fact that he's killing these people, and so he suggests going to yoga. His mentor go to yoga, and so he kind of meets this girl that's the yoga instructor, and he kind of starts to like her, and so then he doesn't know how to ask her out, and like so then he finally goes on a date with her, and it goes really well, and he doesn't want to screw it up, and so he gets sent to go and kill this accountant who's Michael J. Fox, and he's in the movie for like 5 minutes, him and his wife, and they show up there, and he quizzes him and his wife about what he should do as far as dating and how he should treat her, and when should he expect to become intimate and things like that, and they answer all the questions, and he's like, oh, so what did my uncle wanted you to talk to me about? Oh yeah, and he stands up and then he just shoots them both in the face. So it's a very dark comedy, but very very good. Like the very first time they ever go shooting, like Peter Riegert is the actor that plays his mentor, and he's like, all right, so let's try shooting, and like they go to this the gun range, and so like he goes, okay, well just go ahead and just fire away, let's see what we have to work for, and he like fires the gun, and it's like just a perfect circle around where the heart is. He just like shoots it perfectly, and then he like starts smiling. He's like, what are you grinning about? He's like, I've never been good at anything before. This is going to be exciting.
All right, Lance.
Yep.
VintageShack.com, $9.99, cold-blooded on DVD.
But
There
it's
you
not
go.
from Treasures Found.
I'm telling you right now, it's worth the $10. And if you don't like,
iTunes? Check iTunes.
I have no idea.
Maybe Netflix.
No, I don't think so.
There's a movie called Cold Blooded on iTunes, but it's not the one.
No, it's got the weird face.
Yeah, that's a bizarre tattoo. I assume that's a tattoo.
Yeah, no,
Hey, Keith, did you buy War of the Ring?
No, I did not.
I did.
They did not sell out.
No. 1,500 copies. They've got 500 left, I guess. They're still open to buy.
I think there's a lot of backlash on that one. I mean, it was just kind of like, yeah, okay, it'll look kind of nice,
Yeah,
but
it was. Did they actually promise that they were never going to redo that deluxe version?
Well, they didn't do the original deluxe version. It was somebody else.
Right.
Yeah.
But isn't it like the same people?
I don't know.
I'm
not sure about that.
And I don't know what their obligations were.
Yeah, I don't know. I ultimately I almost bought it a couple of times, but then I was like, I have a copy of War of the Ring that'll play exactly the same, and that sits on my shelf. So why would I get this? I don't know.
It's not the type of game I've thought about really playing that much, so that's why.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
So
I have to
one
save
week.
my money for tracking down a copy of Viking ATID.
Viking, that's it.
Yeah, there we go.
I got a copy of Mob Ties.
So do
I
I.
did track down a copy of Mob Ties.
What's up?
The Hostage Entertainment Incorporated game.
Yeah.
That has a city street on the game board named after my daughter.
That's right.
That game has its flaws, but if you're looking for a game of screw your friends and murder them, that is a good game.
I'm gonna put it in the library. We didn't have it. So.
I got a copy in the math trade for Gen Con.
Oh, okay. We made a run on the Mob Ties game.
Really?
I mean,
Its stock just went up.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean it's one of those weird games that it made a splash for like a real brief period of time on BGG because the art for the cards was just ridiculously over the top violent. You know, like smashing people's hands or putting drills into people's knees and things like that. So, and people kind of lost it a little bit as far as what the cards looked like. So
that's weird. I never saw any posts related to this game before until you.
Oh, really? Because I remember the company actually posted the pictures for the they had a thread, if I remember correctly. It was in general gaming, and what would you think that these cards or whatever would do you think this art would work for a game or something like that? It was something generic like that, and people kind of were talking about how it was over the top, because there's if you go to the game and then you actually go and look at the pictures that are in the gallery. I mean, there's a picture of it's called armed robbery or whatever, and it's like a guy with a machine gun boot stomping a woman on the ground and stuff like that. And so yeah, it's a bit over the top. So
I mean, do you think that's worse than the Aliens artwork? I guess since it's humans.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was what it was. I mean, there's a picture of a guy that I'm just looking at right now, but I mean, I remember this one, that picture of a guy getting his head caved in from a golf club. I mean, it was definitely over the top or whatever. And of course, then there's the guy, the one that everybody really went crazy about was there's a picture of a guy whose hand is being fed into a meat grinder. So it definitely went kind of gory, I guess. So there you go. Now everybody's gonna be clicking on those pages and looking.
For some reason, is the Aliens versus Predator or the Predator Legendary going to be a Gen Con? Anyone know?
That I believe it is.
I think it's supposed to be.
Purchasable?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm mildly interested. I don't know. Everybody's looking at the pictures of the brutal.
Yes, they're pretty gross.
Yeah, I mean it was definitely like I said, over the top. And I remember I actually said something in that thread. That was back when I cruised it all the time, and I remember I actually said in the thread that it was just it's like you're something along the lines of you're going to get more people interested in your game than people are going to not be interested in your game. But it just I hope that the game's actually fun. You're not just trying to get people interested because of showing pictures of ultra violence or whatever. And then they contacted me and asked me to do the review. So crazy stuff. Maybe they wanted to prove to me that the game was going to be actual game.
Yeah, that was a weird one though at Kickstarter because they just barely funded, and like I said, I just got the copy. Well, getting it in the math trade, so I never actually saw the final product. but they cut a lot of corners on that production as a result. Because I think they thought they were going to, overfund and be able to get all these other things into the game. But
yeah, I mean, it was definitely
2011. That was early for Kickstarter, right? The huge projects had not really started it.
Yeah, it was one of the first ones. I mean, that was big. What was it here? So yeah, they got. I think their goal was $12,000. And they got $12,960. Yeah, I mean, so they just got over. And I'm gonna look at the campaign real quick. It was weird. Like one of the things that you could get was. Nobody ever did, but $2,000 will get you one of 2 custom board games that will be packaged inside a car. Both vehicles run, and upon closer inspection by you or the authorities, will contain millions of dollars of kitty cash, a cache of weapons, a car bomb, hookers in the trunk, evidence of a mob hit, and complete game components concealed in various parts and areas of the car. Drive away your very own custom board game today. It's like...
What?
Yeah, like literally... Okay,
They were selling for used car.
They had two piece of crap cars that they were gonna, for $2,000 you could get a car that actually would contain the game, like inside in the parts of the game would they be in like the glove compartment or in the seat or whatever, and of course they said there won't be actual weapons, there won't be an actual car bomb, there won't actually be dead hookers, but nobody took them up on it, but
no, they got rid of both of them, didn't they?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're not claimed.
Oh, they didn't go. Yeah, okay.
But the ones that did was the custom handmade game and theme container, like the briefcase, torturer's bag, and I actually got a copy of the Dirty Cops gym bag. That one of those $150 ones, they sent me one. So I have a gym bag that has like a handmade version of the game. Within it in my collection, and I have a normal version as well. But so it was definitely out there, I guess. As far as it was before the polish, I guess, that everybody put into their things.
Yeah. There's a question in chat about Tesla versus Edison.
Great game.
Great game.
Oh, Rhiannon's leaving. Or she already left. Never mind.
12:30.
Tesla versus Edison is amazing. It's and I think Mr. Eddie, if he was paying attention, he'd agree with me. But
yeah, I'm paying attention. I've been chatting with them.
Who?
The people in chat.
Oh, they don't like you.
I know. We're trying to make friends with them.
No, Tesla versus Edison. You liked it, right?
I did.
Yeah.
It's very enjoyable. Very sort of wonky stock manipulation at the end of the game, but very different and sort of like a thematic power grid. Sort of.
What, power grid's thematic? What are you talking about?
Kind of. But it kind of feels like a more realistic power grid. I like it.
Power Grid, a game that I can't stop myself from buying new maps that I will never play.
Yeah, I've got 4 or 5 of those.
Well, no, plus totally with that, it's just like, I need $9 to get free shipping. Oh, yeah, it's gotta be a Power Grid map I don't own. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Where do you do most of your purchases, Lance?
What?
Where do you make most of your purchases?
Gosh, I mean, I used to be a big cool stuff guy, and I kind of went back and forth between them and Miniature Market. Actually, most of my games come from Game Surplus now, just because they'll order at anything, and people rave about how well certain people package their games or whatever, but
Game Surplus does
nothing. Game Surplus is like
I got one package from the new owners because I had an old order outstanding from Thor.
Yeah.
Thor and Sarah used to run it.
Hold on.
Okay.
Anthony, you're leaving us?
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
All right. Tell your wife we're sorry.
You notice she hasn't come back since before. She fell asleep. She fell asleep and she doesn't hear me anymore.
That's true. So then, can we get some Pacino or something from you before you leave?
All right, fine. We were doing so well, and then she came over here, and the whole thing ruined.
How old is your wife?
My wife is 5 years younger than I am.
Oh, okay.
Listen to that good answer.
There's no way she's 65.
Every day go
she is
ahead.
Hispanic. She is Hispanic, so she may actually be like 30 years older than me. I have no idea.
I have a buddy who has a Hispanic wife, and I think he either wants to like it's weird. It's like he's either happy as a clam, or I'm worried he's going to show up at my door and ask me if I've got a shovel, a tarp, and lime. It's like a flip of a coin. But yeah, I just but he'd be the one guy I know that would never talk. There's the one of those crazy things too. But there you go.
All right. So good night, boys.
Anthony, I will see you soon, my friend. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, and I will have your $20 with me.
Yes, $20 American dollars. That's what you owe me.
$20 American dollars.
You should have gone double or nothing on me, man. The Angels are just are destroying the Twins right now.
So I told you get satisfaction in the fact that I didn't get my money back. So
there you go.
All right.
All right. Later,
good night,
buddy.
boys.
I would talk about the geek chic thing if you wanted to.
So somebody quickly explain to me what that is in less than 60 seconds.
Go, Keith.
So Geek Chic's launching a new program at GenCon Indy this year. At the zoo. They're having the opening event, so they're giving away a lot of free admission. But basically, what they're trying to sell you is a yearly membership for $500 a pop, and those get you into Geek Chic XP game lounges, Geek Chic XP events, and Geek Chic XP venues.
So this is ancillary to a convention. So are they going to have a BGG thing, like a Geek Chic BGG thing?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
I don't know anything really about this.
It's like little satellite gatherings and whatnot, right?
I noticed that if you're one of the first 250 people to do it, you'll be marked down as a founding member or something for $500 a pop. So they think they're gonna get $125,000 in founding members on this. Or is my math off?
Are these the table people?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, do you get it? Is the $500 a down payment against the table? Because then maybe. Because okay, so 125 times 1,000. Yeah, that's 125 grand. They honestly think they're going to get that many people, and the events are all basically in Indianapolis.
Yeah, right now.
If you don't live in Indy, it's not worth it to you at all.
Well, no, it's just for GenCon.
Yeah, it says up for consideration in 2016 are San Antonio, Orlando, Seattle, Anaheim, Columbus, Las Vegas, San Diego, Indianapolis, Atlanta, and more.
What are you What are you reading there, Joel?
Oh, nothing. I'm playing around with this thing.
What is it? What game?
It's Robinson Crusoe thing. I got one out because
okay.
Anthony left, and I got to give him one at Gen Con. I was going to put it in my box, so I don't forget.
All right.
Yes, what Scott has. It's a Geek Chic attendee. Anyway. Interesting thing. I don't think it will succeed. I mean, I don't not want it to necessarily not succeed, but I don't think it will.
I can't imagine wanting to do that. I don't know.
No.
So you pay $500. Actually, can Can you focus on Keith? Or I guess I could do it.
God. Yeah, you have a computer, don't you?
Yeah, I'm
Jeez.
sorry. I'm just lazy.
So what do you get for the $500?
Well, for Gen Con, it looks like you get. Oh, the Gen Con XP Indy 2015 $800 passport is sold out. And the bundle of membership and passport for $1,200 is sold out.
But what do you get for this money? Do you get games, or
Well,
you just
Wednesday only, you get a ticket to Geek Night at the Zoo. And then you get a members-only game lounge at BL&T, Bacon Legs and Turntable, with a support box lunch program, culinary adventures, late night DJ, and then at Gallery 42 you get geeky tailored culture events, artist events, and author events. At the Circle Center Mall, there's a Geek Chic retail store, a coterie of geek vendors, geek events, XP concierge supports, and reservable game tables that you can play on. There's an open seating game lounge in the food court. Does that mean you can go sit in the damn food court and play games at the mall? Yeah, so I don't even understand what you're getting that's so great other than you can go play on their tables at certain spots around Indianapolis for $500.
You get to stand in proximity to a bunch of guys that think ironic facial hair and vests are still cutting edge.
Now, basically,
or worse.
they're establishing lounges to be a place for the elite to go game, if you will.
No way. This makes any money. I'm just gonna say that right now. That's me.
So is it sold out?
Yeah.
I think Patrick and Bo are in on this thing, right?
Well, yeah, they work for them.
I saw them tweeting about it at a Comic-Con.
Yeah.
So they probably...
Well, I had a text message today with a coupon code to get into the Geek Night at the Zoo.
I
Wednesday night.
got that text too. I can get in for free, but why would I go to the zoo when I can play games?
Yeah, why would I go to a zoo when I can go play games with friends and see those people? I can look at animals anytime.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not during Gen Con, screw that.
Yeah, that just seems weird. I don't know.
Looks like they've got their own game library.
I love Patrick, man. I love him to death, but I hope
like
this wasn't his idea.
It's a con outside of the con, right?
Yeah, it's like a VIG
It's a con
outside of Gen Con's VIGs to me.
Right.
Some bullshit after party type thing.
Is it
Yes.
a partnership?
Yep.
I guess not. Because it's not at Gen Con, right? It's at other places around Gen Con.
It's around Gen Con, that's correct. I don't think there's anything in a Gen Con hotel, if you will. So, it's interesting because they have that area at Origins with the tables where they had the Geek Chic Lounge, and it's like it feels like they're going to take that and lock everybody out that's not a member at that.
They've come to BGG Con and set that stuff up before.
Yeah.
Like they used to in the old hotel. We had a specific room for Geek Chic. Where we set up I think they set up 4 tables or something, and you could just go in there and use them. But I don't know if this is an extension of that.
No, at Origins, they had one section on the barn too that was open to everybody, and then they had another section that was just blocked off for whatever it was that they were doing in there.
Well, it's like this. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's some events at Gen Con that are fun. I mean, like Yellow does their little meet and greet thing. Asmodee has their thing at the Indianapolis Colts Lounge or whatever, where you get to see the games that they're working on. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know this looks dumb. no offense. And you know what? Maybe it'll be amazing, and I'm completely wrong. But
yeah, my issue is I don't think we need to make an elitist part of the hobby that's already kind of elite in and of itself, just due to the cost of participating in a lot of ways.
Well, and also, I mean, it's just like there's already those weird elite. What is it like? There's those weird like the VIGs. It's like.
Mm-hmm.
I met a couple the first year I was ever at Gen Con, and yeah, they were I mean, and they seem nice enough, but I mean, then they started talking about their VIG status and how much money they gave GenCon, and then I was just like, I don't really care about how much money you make. Now I'm bored. It's like,
my experience with the VIG was like, while we're setting up our booth, they come in around and ask, "Do you got anything for VIGs, like to give away?" I guess they wanted free stuff or something.
Yeah, they want free stuff, and it really doesn't cost them crap. If they can find the hot game, they'll buy it and flip it on eBay. That's what happened with Netrunner.
We're doing VIG events. We got talked into it.
What are you doing?
Well, the lady that runs Gen Con, we've become pretty chummy with her, and she did us a solid last year, so she said she thought she would like us to do it. We originally were going to do 4 hours of them, and then I was like, there's no way in hell we can do this. So we're just going to go and demo. We have a guy going and demoing to them 4 people that sign up for it. So just new games like Ninja Camp, Scoundrel Society, and some other stuff.
So, like, you've actually had interactions with the people that run Gen Con, like on a, I guess.
Yeah, Meg. I mean, I talked to Megan over. I mean, like, if I email Megan, she'll get back to me, like, usually within a couple hours. But we're pretty chummy with her. I mean, she comes over to our booth and talks to us a lot. We had a very odd. I mean, I'm sure any of you who know me relatively well, Scott, an example would be me bothering you the other day. I'm quite tenacious. So when they told us we were 29th on the list to get a booth last year, I did not accept that. So I found out who was in charge. I found out that she was going to be in town in April, and we made a meeting with her, and she basically was just like, there's nothing we can do. And I made some pretty rude jokes, and she was somewhat shocked, but she ended up being thought it was kind of amusing. And then whenever I got in my car to leave the meeting, and I'm just thinking to myself, I can't believe, I won't even repeat what I said because it was way, way, way crazy. I shouldn't have said it. But then she just emailed me and she's like, okay, I got you a booth. But it worked. How we got the booth was we were willing to go to the Family Fun Pavilion because all these other new publishers they think they're going to get a booth like next to Asmo Day. And if it's like that or nothing. Right. So we were willing to go to the Family Fun area. So ever since then we've talked to her, and she's cool. Have you've not met her before, Scott?
I've not interacted with anyone except writing checks and credit cards.
She's awesome. Megan is really a cool.
I guess I should probably start being more what's the word? Would you say tenacious?
Yes, tenacious. Right. If you want me to do it, just let me know. But I'm going to want something in the.
It's okay. I don't know what I want out of Gen Con, honestly. I don't know.
Tell me, give me a general idea, and I will bother. Joel is the only person I've not been able to manipulate in the last year. So.
That's all we're like a bad.
Don't worry, Joel. It'll happen.
Yeah.
Joel, I was actually going to ask you if you wanted to be in the new expansion. Because technically, we've put every single person that has reviewed the game in the game. And even though you gave us a negative review, I thought, you know what, maybe that would be funny.
But he has to be a villain.
Yeah, hey, maybe you won't just be a disembodied head and a hand,
Well, if you didn't have such a shitty nickname, then you don't give me much to work with here.
Who, me or Lance?
No. If you would have reviewed the game the first time, I would have made you a card in the last expansion.
Yeah, we'll make him a really cool mouse guy, and he'll be awesome. And
Scott's going to be a card, and he's going to be a card called Website.
Yes.
Scott, I'm actually thinking about making you the villain on the cover, and not to kiss ass, but honestly because ever since I came up with this idea, I've been like obsessed with the idea of just like a website code for like AI that was not sophisticated enough to like be an Ultron, just stayed a website, but like materialized itself in some way. Not Skynet.
Well, if you want to sell any copies, don't put me on the cover.
What's that?
If you want to sell any copies, don't put me on the cover.
What are you talking about?
We're
almost
self-deprecating.
Almost every card except for the backer art is people we know. Like we love to put people we know in the game. I think it's cool. It's like It's a neat way. You know Dale Yu from Opinionated Gamers? He's going to be a villain called Opinion. It's like the Riddler.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yep.
I thought about putting Lance in there a second time, actually, but since he's whining now, I'm not going to.
Don't do me any favors.
You didn't like that your head was just like a lamp?
I am blessed to be honored. I'm honored that you thought even that much of me.
Did you see Scott Morris's card? He was like Quato from Total Recall. He was just like a face on a torso.
Gotta see these.
I'll talk to. What do you want? What do you want, Scott? Let me know. All I want is all the Oink games for free, except for Deep Sea Adventures because I just bought it.
I honestly don't want anything really. I don't want to pester them, but I felt like I've never really been.
But
But
that's the thing in life.
I guess they treat everybody really the same, though, I think.
I mean, I feel like we got special treatment.
Well, if you were 29th on the list, yeah, you got special treatment. Like we at BGGCon, we have 30 or 40 vendors on the list, and none of them get in. I mean, it's just
My philosophy in life is ask until you get what you want or you get a restraining order. So, and 9 times out of 10, you don't get a restraining order. So, I don't apply this to dating, by the way. Well, when I apply this to business type situations. But no, seriously. I mean, most of the time, if you ask a person a question, they're not going to be offended. You know.
Sure.
We had an artist. We just had a guy that we really wanted to be an artist for a game we're putting out at the end of the year, and he was like, "I need this much money," and I was like, "I can pay you half that," and he just was like, "Okay, that's fine." Like most people would have just been like, "Oh, I guess we can't work with him," or they would have said yes and been uncomfortable. But there's no harm in asking. Just tell him, Scott, I don't want to be by the damn toilets. I'm really surprised. Are you guys a sponsor?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know the
sponsor? No one has from GenCon has ever reached out to me to do any kind of deal or negotiation or anything. It's just here's the bill, pay it, and you get your booth. That's what we get.
So what if I walk over to your booth with Megan at some point and introduce you?
Here's the thing. I'm not prepared to make demands. I need to kind of figure out what I want.
No, all I'm saying is introduce you. So then you have a face, right?
Sure.
Hey, here's
sure.
Megan. Here's Megan. Okay. Megan, this is Scott. His website's worth $74 million. He's a sentient website. And then I walk
Oh, I found the video. I found the cards.
What do you do, Scott, if I walked up and I was like, "Hey, Scott, this is Megan." Yeah, so Scott's been talking all this shit about the con. Yeah. I don't know. Just walk away.
I'm banned from the con now.
Yeah. He was saying he was saying all this stuff about the Geek Chic stuff too. I don't know if you want to get those guys in here.
I said nothing about the Geek Chic stuff.
It's all right. He'll just walk over and erase all your games out of BGG.
It's it's funny you guys are talking about that, and I saw recently a conversation for people that were that couldn't get booths at Gen Con, and one of the solutions was to contact Geek Chic so they could set up a event for you. And so, it's like the second string. Like, if you couldn't get in, they're going to help you have some sort of presence, at which point I would assume you're going to be paying a premium for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird deal that Gen Con creates an environment that... Does Comic-Con have that kind of stuff going on? Like, if you can't get in or something?
I've only been to Comic-Con once, and I was there on someone else's ticket, and I was like a booth dude, so I don't know what it's like to be in a regular attendee. Joel, you said you went like a long time ago, right?
Yeah, as a regular attendee, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went. Let's see, I went in 2004 in LA, and then I went 5 years ago as a volunteer. For Gary Games at the time, which was kind of like a regular attendee, I guess. Not really, but
I know there's a 7-year wait list to be a vendor.
Yeah.
because I know another company that has kind of like they get tickets every year, but they're not going to go next year. So they're like, if you want our tickets, you can go.
Yeah.
So
I do know from a press perspective, they're not responsive at all. I've sent emails to I can't remember her name. It's not the gal you're talking about. It's a different name, and she's never gotten back to me about anything.
about GenCon or
Yeah,
Comic-Con?
just in general. Yeah, just like
Yeah, I mean, she's been really like, and I don't say this in like a haha for you kind of way. Like she always gets back to me very quickly. She's always very responsive. Like, I mean, you get a lot of like when you're a vendor, you get a lot of like crappy, weird, hey exhibitors, da 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 da. You get like 20 of these terrible emails that here's a map of all the places selling popcorn this year. So, but she.
I mean, the thing is like, how do you when the map gets put out, you see where you are, and you're like, well, I'm not happy with that location. There's nothing they're going to do, right? They're not going to redo the map. You know what I mean? Like, that map is, like, set in stone.
Well, I know she told me because she was like, well, if you guys want to be over there in the action, it's going to take you, she's like, every year you re-up.
Sure. Yeah, they have a whole point system, right?
Yeah, you get to migrate a little bit. But like I said, like, we get made fun of by like other bigger publishers because we want to be over there, but there's no competition for the dollar when you're in that corner. People want to be able to stand in a booth and like talk to someone and not have like people shoving up against them the whole time. So I mean, in that way, I think you guys' booth is actually in a good location because it's not a high traffic area.
Which is bad for us because we're trying to get people to like vote and stuff, and no one sees it. So basically, spending money without a game to sell, right? Like I don't have like the Buzz game, so no real reason to come to the Board Game Geek booth. But
yeah, but the good thing is we were close to you guys last year, so we had the Buzz game. So being close to you means having a Buzz game.
Okay.
I'm serious.
I know. Absolutely. Proximity is definitely a huge thing.
Do you bring promos to move at Gen Con or anything?
We
or
do,
you
but there's
just
nothing
film-
new. Yeah, there's nothing new. I mean, it's all stuff we already sell, right? We just bring some to sell to kind of offset costs, right?
Right.
But we didn't really sell that much. I mean, it was just
Well, I can't imagine what your booth costs because I know what my booth costs, and it's not as big as.
It's a 20 by 20.
Yeah, I mean we have a 10 by 20, and
we tried it in a 10 by 20 last year, and or the year before, and it was just too. It's just not big enough.
Yeah, there's no way we did a 10 by 10 last year. There's no way we'll never be able. I mean, we're doing a 10 by 10 at BGG this year, and I'm already like, this is going to be tough.
Your booth's kind of a unique thing, Aldi, because you're paying a lot of money for space to promote other people than yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's easier than going around with a camera and a tripod, right? Joel,
yeah.
right?
I mean,
Joel's one man and does a pretty good job.
Can you not? I wonder if you talk to them.
You can't live stream. Well, I guess you could do a Periscope thing, but that's kind of junky right now. Technology's not there yet.
But you could set up. I mean, like if obviously you talk to them, you could set up a station where people could vote, like out in the main concourse or something, right?
Well, you can vote from your phone.
Ah.
It's mobile, right? So.
No, I know, but I'm saying you said it was hard for people to get.
Oh, sure, yeah. In fact, we have actually. That was one thing. You know what? I go back on what I said. We tried to get in the main concourse, and they would not allow us.
That's weird. I mean, you guys are
we're all the. You're talking about outside the hall, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we asked for that and did not get it. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
probably because it's too crowded out there.
The con is getting to the point where
there's another website you may know that was out there when they went a couple years back.
Yeah?
If you guys remember that, boardgaming.com.
Oh yeah, they were starting up that website. Yeah.
Some things can be done for some people apparently.
Well, I think they were a sponsor of the convention.
Well, I never was offered any alternatives. It was just a flat out no.
They probably just dug in to find a way to give them money.
Maybe they were tenacious.
Well, there was last year. There was some media thing that I'd never heard of, and I can't remember the name of it because I think they're gone now. It was something where you could like live stream games online, or they were all playing Catan.
Oh
at the
yeah,
same
no, they
time.
did. They did live. Didn't they do rock paper scissors the whole time or something?
Yeah, it was some weird thing. And
They were doing a Guinness thing for.
yeah, there was that, but then it was like, and then they became like the official press of Gen Con, and I was like,
Really?
okie doke.
Who covers more games than Board Game Geek at Gen Con? There's no way.
Joel Eddy.
Nope,
Yes.
not more.
Richard Ham.
He's not coming this year.
No.
He's coming
I'm
to
open
beat you,
to
right?
talking. If anyone's listening from Gen Con, I'm sure. We have 3 thumbs down on this video, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know that's all about.
Geek chic.
I hate YouTube. God damn it. The thumbs down thing just really irks me. I'm so glad I removed it from BGG.
That was you? Oh man.
Did you like the thumbs down?
I didn't care one way or the other.
You didn't care? Believe
I
me.
told you, man. You got to
No,
get rid of.
downvotes are stupid. No, downvotes are dumb.
You got to get rid of
Why
this.
are downvotes dumb?
Because you just downvote like a punk, and you don't tell the person why you don't like it.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah. And it affects people. Like.
Well,
I'm-
if it affects
I'm
people,
annoyed.
then you what? Grow up.
No, it's
You have to.
Well, it's a human emotion. We talked about this with Travis last week.
Did you have
No.
to? Did you? I hate the everybody gets a trophy day mentality.
no, it's not. No, because
No, but
it's
you don't
not
get to
constructive
spit in my
criticism at
eye.
all. It's not constructive. The person that needs to grow up is the person that just downvotes it.
I feel like
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know what their mentality is when they downvote?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
You can't have
don't
both
know.
sides of the coin. You can't sit there and say that, it's like, oh, they don't even know what they're doing it for, and it's just they're the ones who haven't grown up. Well, you don't know that. How do people give you upvotes? I mean, how many times do people like anybody?
Yeah,
okay, let's put it this way: how many times do people that are prolific people that post tons of crap to Board Game Geek that have a following that just people automatically click the upvote without even watching, without even reading it, without even like looking at what they say, they just upvote it and just because it's them.
I don't know, but an upvote
Would you
is a
say
thank
that
you.
that happens? Would you say that happens?
Probably, yeah, sure. But an upvote is a thank you.
So why don't you have a problem with that then?
Why do I have a problem with a thank you? You can thank
well,
everyone.
how do you know it's a thank you? How about it's just monotone? Yeah, I got to upvote this. I got to upvote that.
Well,
So why don't you have a problem with that? Because it's a positive thing.
yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, but you can't have it both ways. That's just my personal. They shouldn't even. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, but the internet. Hold on. The internet is already a cesspool. So, like, why contribute to the ability to make it more of a cesspool?
I don't know. I guess I live in a world where I don't give. I mean, excuse my language. I don't give two shits what 99% of the people in this world think about me.
You're in the minority for that, though.
But the thing
beyond it, we talked about this, but right, I mean, yeah.
But I'm sorry, but I think people would be. I don't know.
It's just
I'm getting wound up, and it isn't even Travis winding me up here.
What's the value of a downvote, though? What does the downvote serve? What is any good
What
of
is
it?
the value of an upvote? What's the value of an upvote?
It's a way of saying thank you quickly. It's a way of saying thank you quickly.
Okay, well, how about I make better shit and downvote quickly.
Huh?
Well,
So that is,
maybe
because the downvote is you can have 1,000 upvotes and 2 downvotes.
So translate it to reality. Would you go if you go to a store or something and you don't like what they're selling? Would you go in there and throw something on the floor because you don't like them?
No, but you could say your store sucks.
Right.
Why couldn't you say? It's like
right.
I'm the jackass that emails the company after I go there and I have bad service.
Yeah, but you paid for something. These guys are getting it for free.
Yeah, but the difference here, Lance, is this shit is like cataloged and immortalized and
put a shirt on.
That's why we have 2 downvotes.
Whenever you have things like major distributors saying if a person's game's rank falls beneath a certain point, they will no longer carry that game because there's too many games coming out and they can't afford to risk ordering. That's like, that's my business.
But I thought nobody cared about Board Game Geek, Travis.
Here we go with this bullshit again.
Well, you can't have it both ways. I can't stand it. It's
Lance,
cherry picking.
The thing I can't have right now is a word in edgewise because you're just going to trample all over everyone who tries to talk.
Go ahead.
What do you mean both ways? I'm not asking.
You can't sit there and say that the website doesn't have an influence or doesn't have an effect or it isn't indicative of like the board game players, and then point to this distributor and then say, oh well, they have all this. Board Game Geek has all this way, all this.
No, you're finding some sort of weird way to once again mount a podium here. What I'm talking about, you're not affected by it. You are affected by this in a very different way than a person who is making games.
And by that definition, affected in a way that I can't.
I said different.
I can't comprehend. Or my way is more simple, or
you're mocking me. No, because you know what, Lance, here's the difference here. You're not making something that's being shipped across the ocean that costs tens of thousands of dollars that people can just pick up and wipe their ass with, and the next thing you know, you're like, oh, cool, I put like years of work into coordinating this. I've put years of work into actually doing it after the coordination of it, and it's turned to ash in my hand because the world is full of all the internet is giving like a microphone to a foaming asshole who's just screaming at the top of their lungs, saying and doing whatever they feel in that moment.
So what you're saying is if somebody was able to downvote on Board Game Geek, that's what would happen?
I'm saying I'm trying to support Joel's point from my perspective as a person who makes games.
I
agree with what Joel
said. The downvoting on Board Game Geek is somebody who doesn't like Travis for some reason or another, doesn't like his haircut or whatever, goes and gives his game a 1, right? That's the form of...
And people can still do that, right?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. It exists, yeah. That's
how is it different? How is that different? I mean, you haven't prevented people from doing that, Scott.
No.
Yeah, but
that's not
his
people,
rating.
That's
his
games.
rating mitigates all that.
I don't know.
I don't think Scott's.
I guess
it's like anything that can be misused. I don't think the BGG's intention for putting that rating system up is to ruin people's businesses and make people feel bad. It's there for people to honestly express their opinion, at which point some people are going to abuse that, and they're going to take liberties, and they're going to reflexively, I went up to the booth and this guy was like talking to someone else. Your game is a 1. It sucks. I mean, it really does suck. I mean, the longer I do this, the less I care, but it's just like anything in life. It's like getting older. It's not that you don't care because you're just like growing indifferent to the situation. It still bothers me. It still absolutely bothers me.
I don't know.
Right, and the rating system has a catch-all because you throw out the 1s and the 10s and stuff like that.
Why even have 1s and 10s as an option then?
Well, if there's enough 1s. If there's enough 1s or 2s, then they get counted. So the reality, maybe comes through, and you weed out all the chaff.
I don't know. I guess
I don't fault BGG or Scott's system. I think that they set up a platform for people to have an ability to convey their opinions, and some people are going to contort that.
Well, it used to be. The point of what I was saying is, the thumbs down when you thumb down someone's post without any reason, it just hurts, right?
Well, then couldn't you instate it if you thumb down? Couldn't you make it to have the thumb down go through? They have to put a reason in. You get just a little box pop up, and you can say,
yeah.
Then it'll be full.
And then, if it's full of if it's something where it says.
That would be a dark day on BGG.
No. And just say if you don't give a good reason for it, we will remove your ability to put down votes.
That's fun to monitor.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it'd be fun to monitor, but I mean, you definitely stop people from being jackasses. I mean,
yeah,
and then
but
maybe
just the lack of an upvote and a reply that's critical is enough.
I mean, I'm doing a little devil's advocate here, but
absolutely,
I mean,
and it's interesting to talk about it.
But I mean, I think because I realize the logistics of like trying to put something perfect and that would work, is ridiculous. But the thing is that I don't know. It's one of those things where I think that it's part of this stupid world where it's like we gotta make sure that nobody's feelings are hurt, and and the thing is that a lot of people would just really have a better time in their lives if they just would, I'm not going to say sack up or whatever, but I mean, would definitely kind of just realize that, it doesn't, other than like your really close friends and your family, the vast majority of people's opinions about you just really aren't going to matter ever. I mean, I had to have that discussion with my daughter, who was super worried about the possibility. She was in her first musical, and she was just super scared. And what if I screw up? These people are going to think me. And we were driving down the road, and like we stopped at the stoplight, and there was a guy in a car next to me, and I asked her flat out, "Do you know this guy sitting next to us?" And they're talking on his phone. She's like, "No." And I said, "Doesn't he look like, kind of like a goober?" And she started laughing. And I was like, "Do you care what that guy thinks of you?" "No." I was like, "Exactly. So why would you care about what the people thought of you in the audience?" And then she was like, "Yeah, you're right." And I was just like,
we're living in a different generation though now, where everyone can talk about anything anyone else does. Like you and I growing up did not have that.
And that can all be multiplied together and focused.
And it's a new, the like button and the dislike button have changed the world for better or worse. I don't know.
I don't know.
But
I mean, it's
still,
just
people that are like kids that are growing up in this type of world where validation is based off of something, and it's all this very like, it's this very casual and convenient way of snuffing people or praising people. So I mean, it's all context. I mean, I think they're right. I mean, it's like this cyberbullying. Like, there's a part of my brain that's like, being bullied is like a crucible of growing up, right? But
it is.
Well, but hold on. We grew up when bullying was like the bullying in A Christmas Story or something, right? Like not like someone going on your Facebook page and saying you're a slut and then like sending you hateful messages where you can't escape them. We lived in a world where if someone wanted to find you, you had to be at your house when they
at a certain time. Yeah.
Well, and we grew up in an age where there are consequences for your actions. If you attacked somebody, their friends were going to grab you and beat the crap out of them. Versus, you can try to ruin somebody's life on Facebook and do it completely anonymously.
I have no clue.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where it's like, I remember when I went to school and like true bullying occurred, and it until the first time, like, and then my older brother said, he said they're gonna pick on you every single day, because I was part of the D&D nerds and everything like that, and we all got picked on. He said they're gonna pick on you and pick on you and pick on you. He said talk back to one of them one time. And if he tries, and he's like, yeah, they may try to fight you or something. He's like, but whatever it is, if you do get into a fight, he said, just make sure that like you give as good as you get. And the thing is that as soon as they realize it's like not fun to pick on you because they got to like deal with a fat lip or something every single time, they're just gonna find somebody else to pick on, and they're gonna move on because it isn't fun to pick on the guy that's gonna like go crazy and start swinging. And so I got into a fight with a guy named Tim Bush one day, and then after that, I never got picked on again.
But the internet's not like that.
I don't know. The internet is full of people that I don't care what they think. So
right, and you shouldn't. And Lance, I'm 100% with you on what you're telling your daughter and your story there. I'm 100% with you. But as far as like the thumbs down thing, I mean, I agree. You don't give people the tools to be lazy and to be a jackass at the same time. And to me, that's all that really is the laziness. And it's so easy for people to just, it takes them 3 seconds to just flame and shoot down something you may have spent years or months or hours putting together. And if they have legitimate constructive criticism, I mean, everybody should welcome that, of course, and and then move on from it. But just you should be able to shut down, because the discourse gets so crappy in general. I mean, you can go to any realm or arena, you got politics and whatever and all that stuff, and the problem is you have all these jackasses making the discourse awful, so you can't actually have legitimate discourse. There's always somebody piping in with their conspiracy or super extreme point of view that just hurts the discourse. And the more we can do to shut those people up, the better.
I don't know. But I also think that they should be able to talk so they can show off the fact that they're complete idiots, and actually show me just how dumb they really are.
Sure, then they can go away.
Yeah, well, no, and the thing is that if the more, I personally believe, everybody's talking about cyberbullying and people like be able to say that some girl like let me tell you a story. So like when I was in junior high, right? there was this girl, and like the classic hot dog story. I'm not going to get graphic, but everybody's ever heard like, oh, some girl and a hot dog or whatever, and she had to go to the hospital, and just you can use your imagination or whatever. Well, everybody knew supposedly this girl and a hot dog, whatever. That was like it was like the worst kept secret. And every year at Halloween, their entire front lawn would just be covered in hot dogs. Because every dumb kid would think it would be hilarious to go buy a package of 6 hot dogs and then take them out and throw them on the front lawn of this girl's house every year at Halloween. And I thought it was hilarious because, like, you know, then because I'm young and I'm stupid and I'm dumb, right? So I started dating this girl, and she's friends with this girl, and we mention it, and she's like, you know, that was a big lie, right? And I was like, what? And I was just like, what do you mean? She's like, well, no, she was dating a guy. And he wanted to, you know, have sex, and she was young and said she didn't want to. And so then he went and told all his friends, they were asking her if, like, you know, he was having sex with her yet, and she, you know, because she'd rather do stuff with hot dogs. And so then it just spread throughout the school. And then, you know, and as soon as, like, of course, these things become, like, real. And that was my first real realization. I was 17. I was like, God, you know, for like 6 years, or no, not 6, for like 5 years, I believed this poor girl in this story, right? And that was my first realization that I was like, wow, you really can't believe anything anybody ever tells you. Because even if how much you want to believe it's true, unless you, like, know for certain, it's usually just a big giant lie. And somehow this poor girl, you know, just lived through it and just didn't care. And she just laughed it off. And I was like, that really sucks. And she was just like, yeah, she just thinks it's hilarious how dumb this guy is about it. And I was like, wow. I mean, because I can't even imagine, you know, if that was a story today. And I'm sure there's that crap does happen. But if that's happened today, and, like, God forbid a girl, like, did something horrible, you know, because of it, you know, tried to kill herself or something like that, people would, like, say, when will the end be? But the thing is that the vast majority of all of our kids and everybody is going to go through not fitting in, and, you know, not being cool, and not being part of, like, the cool kids club and stuff like that, and that's just, I think, I don't know, I think it's something you have to deal with.
Part of the thing, though, is you can, and this is not a solution to it, but you can get away from that stuff in reality, right?
Yeah.
You can switch schools, you can get new friends, you know, that kind of stuff. But when it's online and electronic, you cannot.
And there's different stakes. I mean, like, you know, for example, you guys that make videos.
It's a different generation.
You guys that make videos, or, you know, Scott's got a website that he's put years into. I mean, it sucks when someone can take your work and just wipe their ass with it because they can. Because it's easy to say when, you know, they're a clever screen name online, or they can plug some little sarcastic ass meme or something. It sucks. I mean, maybe it doesn't bother you guys. You know, I still, like I said, I play Netrunner, and I very rarely post things anymore because as soon, and this happened a lot whenever I used to manage Magic content. I'd make these extremely comprehensive videos, and I would explain everything. Someone would turn the video on, and they would look at the deck, they would pause it, and they would just start asking questions and making criticisms. And it's like, for 45 minutes, I explain every single card in here, why it exists, and then I show you why. But it takes you 2 seconds to jump in and just start being a dick. And it's obnoxious, you know? And that was my job at that point. So it got to me. I'm sure if I was 5 years younger and the internet, I didn't start using the internet with frequency until I was in my early 20s, it probably wouldn't bother me as much because I was fortunate enough to sort of be one of those last generations that, you know, we're talking about, like all these other things that are this way of life that's essentially extinct now. And it sucks, man. It really does. It sucks. I don't go and I don't like cruise our BGG ratings and stuff anymore. I check our composite, but I don't go through the individual ratings because, like, you know, I've said this before when Scott's been on the show, where it's like, oh, this is the worst co-op game I've ever played. It's not a co-op game. You're an idiot. Like, what? Like, why do you have the ability to rate what I have done that took me a year, that, like, I put all this time and money into, and you can't even comprehend the most fundamental aspect of the game, that it is not cooperative, and you can rate and judge me. It's irritating. But at the end of the day, what are you going to do? People are stupid. Yeah, you got to rise above it. But I completely understand why a person would be annoyed, hurt, frustrated by those things. And I think, if someone is better than that, then good for them. I can't be that guy every day.
You gotta. I mean, you can't. I don't know. It's like I've had. It's weird as I've gotten older. I've become seriously less political, which I think is different. I don't know. It's like I just because I've just kind of I've retreated from like giant world problems, and I'm just like, God, I just need to take care of my family, and then if anything else I can help out along the way, then great. But otherwise, I just need to.
But I'm talking about this stuff on a microcosmic level, because this is what I wake up every day.
Microcosm from Taste of Minstrel Games.
Yeah, Seth Jaffe. So no, this is microcosmic, right? I mean, like, so say like you guys post a video that you worked on that took you hours. You had to play the game. You had to get people together to play the game with. You got their feedback. You put the video up, and you go up the next day, and it's just someone who's they found like one little mistake that you made, and they want to be the asshole that points it out. Like, oh, you 3 minutes and 10 seconds you moved the purple pawn when you should have moved the red pawn. It's like it contributes nothing. Like, they just want to be the person who comes up and knocks the hat off your head. I mean, maybe I don't think that you're losing sleep over that, but to say that it's not annoying, I think that. I mean, come on, Joel. If someone does that kind of crap, it's annoying, right?
Well, not always. I would say most of the time it's not, actually, Travis.
Yeah.
It's usually, honestly, I think it's people that just want. What I get from it mostly is that people just want to make sure that anybody else that watches it later doesn't get misled, And like the simplest one that always comes to my head is when I did my Airlines Europe review, I said everybody gets dealt 6 cards, and I think in reality you get dealt 8, and then you get rid of 2 or something, and so you put 2 down in front of you, and then you end up with 6 in your hand. And so in my brain, I'm just thinking 6 because you end up with 6. And so somebody pointed that out, and it's like, does that have any bearing on my review or my opinion of the game? Well, absolutely not, because that's not even how I played it. But it's important for people that they do rely on videos. I mean, I don't know how true this is still, but it seems like a lot of people just rely on the video, and they go and they say, they maybe use the rule book a little bit, but they really will tell me they go and watch a video the day before game night and just get it in their head, and then they go and play. And I can see that. Some people just learn differently, But
no, and I agree, and I think videos are really good tools. I mean, to your point, there are definitely people who their intention is not to clarify a rules error. Their intention is to illuminate a mistake to show fallibility,
Yeah, I think I might have had that happen once, but it's honestly it's a rarity for me to get that when I screw up. I don't know. I mean, Lance maybe can speak to it, but
I don't know. I wish I mean, sometimes I don't know. It's one of those things where I when I first did this for like about a year and a half, I got seriously trolled by some guy who basically said, hey, fat guy, move out of your parents' house and eat some salads. He pretty much sent me that note nearly every single time, and I admired his tenacity. After a while, after every time he would say it, I would send him a message, say, hey, thanks. That's all I would say. Just like, and eventually, like, he realized he had no effect on me, and he just kind of wandered away. The cool thing is that if you actually have a following and you have people that follow you, like, they will, kind of shout down on the morons for you, and you don't have to get involved, which is cool. But I don't know.
I will say one thing that I've seen happen, and it doesn't really bother me, is if I like a game, and sometimes if I don't like a game, people will take it personal. It feels like they take it personal or something, or they react emotionally.
Like Chris with Sentinel's Tactics?
Everybody.
Yeah.
That happens a lot.
But I mean, I do that. Like when I watch, Well, I mean, shut up and sit down. Like I seem to be like 50-50 with them, and I see myself like, as a fan or like a viewer, and I'm watching their view, and I'm like, how can you think this? You know, I never reply because it's not worth it. It's like the thought's gone, and 2 seconds later. But then I get it. Like I see why people have an emotional reaction because you have like such a different experience of a game or something or anything, and it's like that's completely opposite of what I think. But then it just goes away for me.
They're a great example. So my first game, Infamy, they did like a video that was like science fiction theme games. That was kind of like their theme. And the beginning of the video, they just threw Infamy out a window and let it hit the ground and break. And then it just cuts to them shrugging. And that's my first game.
Yeah.
And later I found out that they didn't even dislike the game, but they threw the game out the window because I was the least notable designer from the least notable publisher. So it was they wanted to have the gag in the video, so I was the butt of the joke because I was a nobody and I went with a small publisher. Well, that sucks because they've got an ass load of viewers, and right there that could have turned off a lot of people potentially to the game. Now I'm not saying that they said they liked the game. I'm just saying that they said that they didn't.
They didn't care enough.
The point where they threw it out the window. The impetus to throw it out the window was for the gag. So, you know, stuff like that sucks, man. I mean, and when that happened, oh my God, it was like heart wrenching. You know, because that was my first like foray into doing all this stuff, and it definitely sucked. But again, what are you gonna do? Like, you know, when you did your videos, I was like, this sucks, but at least you took the time to explain your point. You know, if you would have like taken a dump on the one of the maps and then just like closed it up and then that was your review, I think I would much prefer you talking about the game for a few minutes and what your sticking points are. So for that, I credit you for that. And anyone, I think any kind of review is actually good. Like I really do, because it gives context for people. No game is for every person.
Yeah, no, that's unfortunate. Anyway, but yeah, it's a tricky thing with well, I mean, even the reviewer itself, as you just elucidated, could be a troll or not. Yeah, so that's interesting.
We're waiting for the angry gamer to come.
The angry gamer, like the Yahtzee.
Yep, we're waiting.
Yeah,
it's coming.
Yeah, like I said, he's just there's gotta be that's the if I like I said I would think about trying to do it, but
I think Barry's going to become that because he's been getting a little rowdy lately.
You just speed your voice up a little bit, pitch shift it, no one will ever know it's you.
Well, I think if that's all you did, then that's probably okay. I think you want to have your game on that. I mean, Yahtzee, if you guys know who Yahtzee is.
You want your game on there, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he'll rip the hell out of, like, Call of Duty and whatever else you can think of. And obviously that doesn't hurt game sales at all. But he does it cool because he'll, like, just take a different tack on a game that, you know, he'll approach a game, I'm like, I never even think of it in these terms when I'm playing these video games. It's just a completely different, but it resonates and it's funny, and but it doesn't mean that the game is not what it's set out to be. You know, the Call of Duty guys are probably like, yeah, exactly, you're right. I mean, we don't care what your point was. You just had a point from your perspective, but yeah, I'm starting to get tired.
On that note, I need to go as well.
I was going to say let's wrap this one up. We're kind of getting all over the place here.
We're getting emo.
Yeah, well, we are. We're getting all
sharing your heartstrings.
Yeah. So you know how it is. But yeah. So I mean, we're good, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Good to be on. I'll see you gentlemen in a week.
I was just gonna say, we're gonna go. We're gonna do Fogo. I don't know. Well, I guess Barry won't be there because he's not cool enough to show up. I guess.
No, I'm just poor. There's a difference.
But no, good talks, everybody. Good chats. Good conversation. I have to go finish up a review for a game called Cabaret, which is it's on Kickstarter right now. It's actually a pretty good trick-taking game. Joel, you like trick-taking games, don't you?
Yes, I do. Well, yeah, most of the time.
This
I'm
one
the
had a
latter
very,
guy.
you'd I think you'd like this one. It's got a funky anti-scoring thing going on. It's
I like the sound of the theme. That's interesting.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe just I don't want to go too far into it. Basically, you're told what type of cards you have to get during when you play, and so like they're of 6 different suits, and so you got to get those. And then if you get one that isn't of that, it doesn't count for anything. But the ones of those suits can both score you points, and some of them don't score you points. So like you got to try to figure out which tricks you want to take, and it's very very difficult, but very very thinky trick taking game, quite fun. So there you go. Life is a cabaret, blah, blah, blah. All right, thank you, everybody, for watching, and for watching live, and also for watching after the fact. We'll all be at Gen Con, most of us, not Barry. Barry will be holding the fort. Barry, you should have the Alaboom on Wednesday.
What, is this going to be me? And
No, do it on your channel. You can have the Alaboom on the 30th. Like, pull some people together. Do a Gen Cant Alaboom.
Yes, Suze will be there, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean, Suze?
Yeah, so you guys do a Gen Cant Alaboom. I'll be very disappointed if you don't. I think that
Why
would
don't
be
you
awesome.
extend the Barry 5 and the Barry 10 into Barry 5 hours?
Yeah, there you go. And you could just be you, like being a grump.
You can make it like a special. We can call it a Barry special episode.
All right. Well, as I said, thank you everybody for hanging out, and yeah, we will talk soon enough, live and in person.
See ya.
Yeah.